Hello, everybody, and welcome back. There we go. Bit more light on the subject. That's a bit better. I look a little bit less jaundiced. Right. Where are we? Oh, yeah, I need to share the screen. Yeah, and that's the right screen. Excellent. Good start. So, yeah, welcome back, everybody. I am Mr. JP. This is the live stream. So, yeah, just to switch the out of order to the right place. There we go. Okay, right. So, yeah, here we are, back again, back in the mine. Haven't done any work without you guys, so this is sort of the continuous stream. For some reason, the mission for base load has come up again for the 52,000 pieces of coal, so just have a quick look over here. You rat. I'm like $2,000 short. So yeah, we've had a little update, so hopefully I should be able to tab between vehicles and multiplayer now, so quickly test that out first of all. Developers lie. Okay. Might have to stick a little question up about that one, I think. Since my version number's correct, it actually has done the update. So realistically, why isn't it working? Anyhow. So yeah, before I level up this coal seam, I'm actually going to not drive into the hole. That'd be a good start. So yeah, thanks for all for joining me last night. The folks who watched, appreciate that. Yeah, we'll try not to go and do some Nitro Circus stuff with the compactor. Right. You'll have to excuse me. I'm shivering my head off. It's cold and damp corner of southern England that I'm currently in. However, can't think of any place I'd rather live. So, yeah. Actually, there's a couple of places I would rather live, but I don't think unless I had my health back, I'd be happy there. I think I'm happiest in this corner of England. There's plenty of support for shopping and that kind of thing. Transport links are good. You know, a lot of people complain about a lot of things these days. They're really unsatisfied, but I'm quite content. I'm not content about certain things, though. Jeepers. Why is it in this world people seem determined to blame inanimate objects for human problems? You know, it's insane. Absolutely insane. There's just this total lack of taking responsibility for your own actions. I mean, my life's on the rocks, but it's kind of my own fault. I mean, I haven't got back up. The fact that I've been basically medically limited in my ability to get up by doctor's orders is not my fault. So, like, when you're dealing with something that someone else did to you and you haven't got any kind of explanation, just an explanation would do. It's very difficult to come to terms with something and understand it, which is why I have issues. That's probably why I was going in circles a bit on it last night, and it's in progress. I've had to do something I don't like. I'm not keen on legal stuff, but sometimes you have to go there. And for the first time in my life, I've had to go there. You know, I've had other occasions, you know, work related when I was self-employed, where things got a little bit, but normally you can sort it out by just saying, okay, yeah, fix it, or I'll replace it. No worries. You know, most people are okay with that. Accidents happen, you know. Yeah, sorry, I was fitting your carpet and it tore in half. It was on one occasion. But that was actually a fault with the carpet in the end. I got reimbursed for that from the company. So that was all good. So yeah, like I honestly don't get why people just can't take responsibility for their own actions. It's not the car's fault that it ran over somebody speeding. That's the driver. There's no need To blame the road and call it a dangerous road, there is no such thing as a dangerous road if you drive it at sensible speed and you keep your eyes open for hazards. Well, unless it's on the Isle of Wight and collapsing into the sea, in which case that's a slightly different matter. But yeah, it's just insane. I mean, I'm very much a proponent of taking the blooming health and safety labels off of everything and letting common sense sort it out, to be honest. People might not agree with me, but let children go out, let them hurt themselves, let them learn. Don't keep them inside, like in some kind of bubble. It doesn't work. You just end up with really, really silly adults. And I say that from a position of being exposed to some pretty dangerous things as a child. I mean, at a fairly young age, my dad was sticking me on motorcycles, sidecars, and we were going out and doing a sport called trialing. And I'm going to be honest, there was a couple of times where the cycler outfit rolled down the hill and I ended up pinned under it. These things happened. It could have been a broken neck, could have been anything. But taking those kind of risks at an early age meant that when I had to take risks as an adult, I was more careful. I knew it was dangerous, what I was doing. It wasn't just fun. And, you just learn. But yeah, I mean, blaming objects for actions is just ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. It's like they're recently changing the knife laws, so you have to present ID to buy them. I'm presuming that my grey beard, the fact I'm 6'6" and have an attitude from the 80s, will probably disqualify me from needing to take my passport. But yeah, I'm going to get round the problem anyway. I'm just going to make my own. It'll be a lot easier. Blacksmithing. I don't see any other option. I got to start making things to make money. Because YouTube probably isn't going to do it, but it's a lot of fun and I enjoy the company. So, that's something I was going to do. Just reminded myself, company, YouTube. Where's the stream gone? There it is. Okay. Down here on the chat bar, there's an engage with audience button. So I'm going to just type that in. There we go. Well, I don't know what that does. But we'll find out. Always a bit of a laugh. Okay. Right then. What was that? Oh, yeah. Let's get back into it. Because I need to take out a bit more stuff up here, get into this coal seam, rip some stuff out. So yeah, I want that next bit of pay dirt around there as well. And I need to set up my GPS. I haven't done that yet, so let's get the GPS set. Yeah, I don't want to go in too low because the roll compactor will bring it down a bit. So we set that out there. Yeah, we'll give that a go to start with. Set 0. Right. Just see if I mined enough to get rid of that base loader icon. Yep, we have. Right. 2, 3. I'm sure there used to be a way to do that. Oh, yeah, you can. You send it straight down into your bottom bar. Okay. If you click on an inventory icon and hold down Control, you can just transfer it down to your toolbar. But it doesn't look like you can just transfer it back up. Interesting. Okay. So go to the shop. You access the shop by pressing P. Going to try and explain things a bit better because that's one of the comments I've noticed in my messaging thing, which I am afraid to say, for some reason, I haven't been getting any notifications about the messages on my YouTube channel. I don't know why. So I've gone in and I've reset the settings to defaults on it and everything. So hopefully now the messages will actually ping me with the bell. So yeah, my apologies to all those who have messaged me and I haven't gone back to. My bad. I'm just not a software person. I can take my PC apart, service it, take the fans out, take the chips apart, put everything back together. No worries. But don't ask me to mess around with software. It's just written by somebody else in their language, the way their head works. And I'm starting to think that I'm the last of a logical generation. I really am. They keep on changing the words for everything. Even in mathematics, like they're using different terms for things that I was taught with literally different words. So yeah, it's a bit confusing at times. I'm sure they do it deliberately, because if you keep changing the way you teach stuff, it always looks new and shiny, and it confuses the issue and stops parents being able to help their children, which is creating a dumber society that the government will find it easier to enslave. But yeah, anyway. Not that I'm a paranoid delusional, but looking at the news this morning in the UK with our politics, yeah, Guy Fawkes definitely had the right idea. As long as we can keep certain members of Parliament out of Parliament on that day, we'll be fine. And I'm not necessarily talking about popular ones or right-wing ones or Reform's representatives. I'm talking about the ones who actually know how to do the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? Right, so backing up too fast when you grab a bucketful is what makes the lumps. I got to stop doing that. Can't be bothered to get the roller. I'm just going to hand smack it. He says. Does it like hand smacking is actually that good, but yeah, we'll go for it. Right. Yep, there it goes. Spilling out everywhere. Is that because I'm tilting back too far, maybe? Maybe. We shall see. Get some pay dirt on the go now that we've done that coal bit. No, Mr. JP, don't be daft. Let's go in at the top here and extend this cut back a little further first so it's even. Keep it neat, keep it tidy. This is hard work on the hill. I'm not going to do it this way. $2.1 mil. It's probably enough for the bigger loader, to be honest. So let's have a go. Vehicles, loaders. Time to go large, and that is the large one. Yes, indeedy. Right. Map. Vehicles. Stick that one in the inventory. There we go. can bring in this beast. Going to swap those two around. Let's have the big ones on the right-hand side of the list, though. Likewise, you can transfer vehicles into pretty much any storage, I think. So you can store them in another vehicle. So you could have a truck with all the vehicles sort of stashed in and no worries. You know what I didn't do, though? Buy the GPS, which is under equipment in the shop. And there we go, GPS. So yeah, bring up the inventory, pressing I in any vehicle, go to the equipment and just drop the GPS onto an empty slot. I actually prefer the back one because it puts it on the back of the cab and it looks a bit better. Stops you looking like a blooming Teletubby. So this should give me the ability to cut a bit further up this hill into the coal, actually. So let's see whether this works out. Oh, yeah. There it is. Let's let it fall out a bit. There we go. Ooh, we got a message. Better check that. Better keep checking messages as well. Got to remember that. Right. Whee. Big fingers, tiny keyboard. Bad move. Bad move. So yeah, hello there. Thank you for sending a message. I'm glad it works. You're the first person who's messaged. So yeah, I'm good today. A little tired from last night's session. I hope that your day is finding you well. I'm assuming you guys can actually hear me. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we got the bigger loader in. That's good. Not having much cash is going to slow down my excavator shenanigans, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah, last night I think I got to bed at about 8 o'clock this morning, woke up about midday, so 4 hours sleep. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Just polish me off and dust me down every 10,000 miles or so. Maybe 10,000 hours of gaming or so. I don't know. I think I've got that much in more than one game, actually, which is a little bit scary. It's all right if you play one game and you rack up 10,000 hours, but when you've got 10,000 hours in 2 or 3 of them, it's kind of scary. I think, yeah, there's a zombie game called 7 Days to Die, which is kind of cubish and voxel laid out like this is. You know, build a base with blocks and defend it against the zombie horde. It's a good laugh. Another long-term development game. When I buy an early access game, I do tend to play them for a long time and stick by them if they're any good. And you have to give them a chance. A lot of people judge a game very quickly. Yeah. Sometimes early access, it's all the development thing, isn't it? So got to be done. So yeah, if I'm going to get a big enough excavator in to extend my conveyors and everything, then so I was using Dreamite last night for ease whilst building the machine, because that was the quickest way to do business. But yeah, in conclusion, merge blocks have got their place. If I was transferring refined material from this place down into a storage area in the valley with a processing site or something, then I may well consider using merge blocks to join the outputs together. but for the main input and main processing sort of stuff, it's just doubling the amount of time it takes for the processor to get through everything when it goes 2 to 1, and it unfortunately is not very efficient. I'm an industrialist. I've worked in industry, and I know how parallel processing on production lines can really pick up the pace of items per hour. So it's kind of handy. Mate just said. Okay. Excuse me a minute. I'm just got to Google something. What on I've got a feeling I know what the word he just said is, but I'm going to check it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Aye. Right. Now, Mr. JP, whilst you're there, have another check of the messaging thing. Cool. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that you're doing all right. That's excellent. Excellent. It's funny. Sometimes I get a good night's sleep and I wake up and I feel like roadkill. This morning, yeah, I felt like roadkill. But now, 2 cups of coffee later, feeling kind of bright. Should probably get some breakfast. But yeah, eating, when your diet's a bit limited, it's more like refueling, I'm going to be honest. Since it is now 4 in the afternoon, I should really get something, but yeah, it'll be all right. If you're not in pain from hunger, you're not really hungry. And because of the width of this machine, I think I'm going to have to get a bit more creative with how I build my hoppers, but we shall see. I had a bit of a laugh last night. I thought, I've been seeing these shorts things on YouTube for a while and not really knowing what they're about. So I had a quick little look-see and thought, oh, okay, I'll take some of my space engineers. The bucket indicator doesn't empty fully. Interesting. But I thought I'd take some of my space engineers footage and clip some of the exciting bits out and stick them up as shorts. Turns out that in 2022, they took away Windows Media Player Editor, which I used to use all the time, and turned it into some app clippy thing. And my Microsoft account pin has never worked, and it won't let me reset it. It's just got some kind of random fault. So I stopped using Microsoft's shop and everything. I don't like them anyway. Yeah, turns out that if you can't download the free apps, you can't edit edit video in Windows using standard Windows software anymore. So looks like I'm going to have to find a free one to do all that stuff, or just film some little clips of shorts that I've set up as a studio thing, which is entertaining, highly entertaining, or going to be. Video editing's a new thing for me. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Likewise, filming's quite a new film for me. I'm an engineer. I build stuff, you know, whether it was carpet fitting or whether it was medical products or whether it was boilers for traction engines. I like building stuff, car stereos as well. Other people would not have been happy with my work in the car stereo industry, because the company I work for make competition ones. So those stereos that shake your entire house when they go past, probably the stuff that I helped build, or at least the modern reiterations of it, because they were quite a big company in that field, you know, well-known name. So yeah, quite entertaining, but at the same time, it's pretty pointless industry in some ways. It makes sense from the performing arts side because it wasn't just car speakers and that kind of thing. The speakers were used all over the place. But specific wiring looms for installing amplifiers, you name it, all of the engineering side of that kind of hobby. Likewise, upgrades, when people want like electric windows in a car that doesn't have electric windows, they need a new piece for the wiring loom and a few other things. So yeah, it was interesting work, but not quite my thing. Yeah, okay, material is going through. That's good. Has to be checked occasionally, just in case something has gone awry, I guess is the correct term. Yeah, awry is a good term for it. Last night's stream had a little bit of a problem. It has an interruption in it. I'm sorry about that, but out of all crashed. Some kind of overdose on the memory leak, and it completely wiped out my system, and I had to do a reset. I was actually very surprised that Internet Explorer Basic actually let me restore it, and the stream was still running. So whoever wrote that bit of software, it is semi-durable at least. I'm presuming it just picks it all up from the numbers where it left off, and off it goes again. I should investigate how this stuff works. It's just systems. I know systems, but there we go. Currently, I'm more occupied with trying to build my own forge, so that's going to be a bit of fun. Need to dig some components for it out of a hedgerow and a few other bits, but yeah, see if I can hit some metalwork and burn myself. It's been 20 years. That in the Boilermakers, it's slightly different because everything was gas powered, so don't really have to worry about the coal supply that you're using, or whether your fuel's damp, airflow, or anything. You just turned on the gas, turned on the oxygen, twisted the valves until you got the right color flame, and off you went. Not so bad. When I say the right colored flame for the job, because like some materials, when they get too hot, they just ignite, and you don't want that to happen. Burned metal is not necessarily very ductile, and in boilermaking that means they could be brittle. There's a few things, like you don't want to overheat your rivets. But yeah, it is what it is. Not sure how much coffee I'm going to drink today, actually. Can feel the need coming on already, and I just had a cup. That's not good. Not good at all. Maybe if I take a coffee break, I'll make up a thermos flask and bring some coffee up here, and that way I can carry on gaming whilst drinking. There's an idea. But that scares me. Reminds me of that movie Hackers from the 90s, or various things you see on Facebook and stuff with gaming stations surrounded by empty 4-gallon jugs full of yellow liquid. I'm not going there. Sorry, guys. But when it comes to that kind of thing, the bathroom is opposite my doorway on my bedroom, and I will take a toilet break. It's the only way. Bottling yourself up like that, that's an in the field game. That's when I don't want to be detected by the enemy and I'm sat with a set of binoculars watching something. It reminds me of hard times. So glad to be on the bigger loader again. I know the bucket's only 5 cubic meters bigger, but well, according to the numbers, but it's the extra engine power. Just that little bit quicker from the turnarounds and stuff. I could speed this up a lot more if I could be bothered to actually dig the hopper in. But at the moment, that's going to be a bit awkward because I can't afford the excavator I need to do it. So, and the ground isn't level enough yet. I'm not at that phase of development here. Just move the electrical cable off the bottom of the light fixture. There we go. Ah, don't fall off the edge. Nearly had my first disaster in the first half hour. See, driving the compactor into somewhere where you don't want it isn't so bad because it doesn't really cut the ground up. If you go nose first off of a shelf in one of these, you're going to know about it. It's just bucket's just going to dig in and you're going to end up in a hole. When I was looking through the old shorts from the game, I did notice there was a an incident like that in there, and I thought it'd be fun to turn into a short, but I haven't got there yet. One of the reasons for this is purely to fulfill some of YouTube's eligibility criteria for sort of the advertising side of things, which I'm not keen. I'm not that much of a fan on it, of course, but I'm also broke. So you got to play every card in the deck. You've got to string every bow, fletch every arrow. You got to try everything, right? You got to have as many irons in the fire as possible. Oh gosh, I'm liking the forging euphemisms. Oh dear, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to when the weather's a little bit warmer, so I can actually get outside and work on it. Because since having my chest messed around with, I used to be really hot-blooded. I was warm all the time, and now it's just like I've been cold ever since the surgery. So whatever they did, they really screwed up what was a healthy male. So yeah, when you read that the NHS is stuffed, it truly is. A friend of mine's been waiting a year for a procedure that's investigative, which is horrendous. That's horrible. I cannot understand why, but there we go. The fact that she's heading for the same hospital that I was in is not necessarily the best of things. I haven't mentioned that to her, and I'm not going to. I doubt she'll ever watch a game about Out of Ore, so she's not going to hear it here. But yeah, already I'm not. Yep. Okay, fine. Go back over here then. Maybe I should just move the fuel container or increase the size of this floor. Maybe. That's right, Mr. JP. Just stick your bucket straight through the end of the fuel container. There's a smart move. Nearly as bad as in other games. Space Engineers has hydrogen engines in it, and if your hydrogen tank gets shot up, even when you repair it, it's empty. I found myself marooned in space that way on more than one occasion before I learnt my lesson. Backup electric engines. Take a bit more from over here. This bit looks gemmy, by the way. Those pinkish textures are quite often an indicator of something precious in there. Whether it's rubies, diamonds, it's probably rubies, to be honest, but just heard Discord ping again. Better check that one over. Mate of mine pointing out it's almost 5 in the evening. He's right. We do need to start getting up earlier. But that means not staying up later. And the only time I get for dedicated session gaming is in the night. During the day, Oh, that is a good question. Consoles. I saw something about consoles in the NMC Discord. I don't think it is available on consoles yet. I don't even know if it's in the planning. I should think it will probably go there eventually because most of the early access games and games that I play have gone across to consoles. So it's a tough call because it will depend. It will depend on a few things, I guess. One will be how the sort of internet protocol interacts with consoles. Should all be the same because modern consoles aren't like old consoles. They're basically a PC with a different box. Makes me laugh. Like, you've got this console PC divide, but these days the console you're using is a PC. That's fact. I'll always remember back in the days of, I think it was the PS2, mate of mine wired 4 of them together into a supercomputer. That's kind of a chuckle. We were using them as media servers and all sorts, using Linux. It was hilarious. We were using Xboxes that way as well. But as for Out of Ore on the console, but due to the synchronization loads of running the server and everything, it might be very reasonable as a single player, but as a multiplayer, I'm not sure. Also, I have found that the console versions of PC games are always limited. There's a few that have gone cross-platform, and the cross-platform sort of mode, or the console mode, is a bit limiting in the fact that as an example, I think it was Space Engineers where we were playing in a cross-console server, and we've found that like there were certain things we couldn't do, settings that weren't there. As an example, Minecraft on the PC is huge, and back in the day of the Xbox original 360, I had Minecraft on that, and the map was only like 2,000 blocks by 2,000 blocks. So you've got that kind of limit with consoles, I guess. That limit applies to PCs as well, obviously, but I guess you can upgrade a PC. You can just drop more RAM in, that kind of thing. If I ever make any more money than I currently am at the moment, the first thing I'm gifting my PC is a new graphics card and some RAM. Poor thing, that graphics card's been beaten on Space Engineers within an inch of its life. My old one actually died, but that was on an older computer. So that was an old i4 with a 900 GX 960 or something in it. But yeah, not a bad card, but old school. It's got a heatsink on it the size of my hands, and my hands are not small. So yeah. It's also pretty clogged with gunk, that one. Dates from the time I owned cats, and cat fur just gets everywhere without literally taking the card apart, dismounting the heatsink, and blowing it out with some serious high pressure air, which I'm not willing to do when it's mounted on the board, and it's not happening. And I'm talking, when I say seriously high pressure air, I was going to take 150 to 200 psi to it. This isn't a can of sprayer. But there we go. I mean, I think the card's no, I think it is an overheating problem because the card still works. It's just when you start really pushing it, blue screens on you. So I'm guessing that's just an overheat problem, but it might be a capacitor that's charging up and dying. One of those things. It's in a box behind me. Behind that sofa, there is 2 PCs and a couple of other bits that I should really get out. But if I do that, I won't have any space to sit down and film. So yeah, it gets a bit awkward. I'd have to start gaming sat somewhere else. So yeah, just take this little edge off. Because one thing I have found with using the loader, you tend to leave an overhang around the edge once you get up higher than yourself. So it can be good to cut it back early. If you want that sort of realistic look of actual open cast mining, where they've got the steps down that they use as a road, but they're also there to prevent collapses. So, and if there is a collapse, it stops on one of the level parts, hopefully. Doesn't always work out that way, as we've seen from various bits of footage from around the world in recent times. There was one that was caught on camera in China that was particularly bad. There's definitely major loss of life in that one. There was an entire convoy of small trucks below it. in a rather large mine, and I think they've just left 30 people in there because there's no way of rescuing them. They're under 600 feet of rock or something, which is pretty horrendous. But that's just remember, when you buy Chinese, the reason it's cheap is because stuff like that happens in their industries in many places. If you buy Chinese, you are buying human suffering. Base fact. And we don't have a choice. Chips are made in China. All the bits for anything that's inside is made in China. But this is a base change that has to happen in our society. We need to start making stuff in the UK again. It's the only way to guarantee A, that the quality is going to be what we want. B, it's the only way to guarantee security. Anything that is made in China could have, shall we call it, monitoring circuitry built into it. And I say could have. It's never been proven, unless you're Hawaii. So yeah, I don't know if that's how you say that properly, but there's been a few things. For instance, a few years back, and it was a few years back, the Chinese launched a rocket for the Americans with a satellite on it. And the rocket had a little accident and blew up, and they locked down all of the people at the launch site and everything. And it actually went into a village, and it may have killed quite a few people. But when the satellite was recovered, the encryption card for, I think it was GPS or the GLOS. Yeah, it was GPS system, had been removed. They had actually gone through the wreckage and taken the encryption and data sensitive components, which is why you will find the Americans are launching all of their secure satellites, so DoD, National Reconnaissance Office, and a few other things, on American launchers. Interesting. I find all of these little shenanigans and politics fascinating. It's like who's in the market for a nuclear submarine. That's always interesting. You got the Aussies want some, you got the Indians who want some. Obviously, the North Koreans want some and are probably going to get it if they keep on supplying the Russians with weapons and people. So yeah. And if you think that North Korea are backwards, just remember they're managing to keep a fleet of, I think, 90 diesel electric submarines that was a design from nearly the Second World War. I think they're from 1948. They might even be based on a U-boat design. Doesn't matter. You take a torpedo from a 60-year-old U-boat, you're still going to know about it, especially if it's a modern design Russian torpedo. Those weight-following torpedoes they've got are evil. If you can't do, I think the torpedo can do around 30-odd knots. So if you can't accelerate away for 2 hours at 30 knots, you're dead man, apparently, according to another YouTube channel who's reputable. So yeah, if the Russians have supplied acoustic torpedo technology to the North Koreans, then North Koreans may have the ability to actually put China in their place at sea, in the China Sea with those. Doesn't matter what you do, a weight-following torpedo will not be decoyed, which is not a good day out in the park. And yeah, I know I sound like a warmonger, but it's only because I like my freedom. The Fifth Amendment, not the Fifth, the Second Amendment in the American culture. It isn't so that you can play with your guns. And it isn't just to protect you from a government that might not have your best interests at heart. It means you have a thoroughly well-armed population to resist an invasion in any situation. In the UK at the moment, we have a situation where the entire population is disarmed and thinks that fighting is bad. That's how societies end. Unfortunately, history bears it out. If you don't study war anymore, someone who does will wipe you out in about 10 years. End of story. They'll think they can get away with it, and they can, and they will. Just look at how many people borrow money off you, who are your friends, don't pay it back, and then never talk to you again. They do it because they know they can get away with it, because you can't do stuff all about it. Because if you do something about it, you're probably going to be done for assault. Or there's a small claims court, but if you've lent someone that much money that it's worth going to the small claims court, you probably should have wrote down you did it. But yeah, between friends, that kind of thing. Yeah, can't stand thieves. I've had a car stolen off me, so had money stolen out my house by people who I trusted and let in. There's been a few scumbags. I would do something about it, but I don't like prison cells. The food's terrible. I only spent 2 days in a police station. I never saw the inside of a cell, but I did spend the entire time stuck in an interview room with only coffee and a cold sandwich. So yeah, I know hunger. It was funny because that resulted in an apology from the head of fucking Hampshire Police, but yeah, that was fun. Keep taking the coal out. Keep making the profits. Question is, when I do start forging, what am I going to make? You see all these TV shows around at the moment with all these little crafters making these nice little decorative items and stuff, and I think it's cool, but I really, really want to build something and stuff that, you know, works more than that, I guess. Something that's a bit more useful, a bit practical, still decorative, it's still got to be good looking. Yeah, it's I'm surprised consoles are even a thing still, thinking about it. So I'm just back to the consoles thing. My head goes around in circles. I think about things whilst I'm talking about other things. Are consoles still relevant? Because I haven't looked at the pricing of them, but like, is a modern console a cost-effective option for the hardware that you get compared to what you'd spend on a PC? I have no idea. So let me know in the comments about that one. What you think? That's yeah, something I haven't considered in a long time. I got out of consoles and got onto the PC thing when the games got very expensive, and they were all the same. They're boring as hell. What was the last game I played long term on a console? Skyrim. I think it would have been Skyrim. Played a load of Halo and Call of Duty. You know, two people sat next to each other in the same room, not online or anything. Back in the day, I think the original Modern Warfare 2, not the renamed one. I did pretty well on the leaderboards on that one. I used to play that multiplayer online a lot. But yeah, head-to-head mode or survival, so you can pause it. It's a lot easier to snack or a drink when you can pause. It's going to have to go. This side of the hill is definitely going to have to start coming out. Be honest to say, I looked at the news this morning. I briefly scouted the headlines and then didn't bother with anything else. So talk about head in the sand, but if you can't do anything about it, what's the point in worrying, huh? If I actually thought that writing letters to MPs would make any difference, I might start typing. Though I did actually get involved in the system and write a complaint about a proposed road transport safety scheme that they're going to put outside my house. Why do you want to put 3 speed humps on what is a main access road? Like, when I say main access road, we get a lot of heavy goods vehicles, tractors, that kind of thing. It's the only access road without speed humps on it to get to a chunk of the community that's, you know, sort of very countryside-y. It's a good 10 miles diameter circle that's covered by this road in access, and it's all horse riding and cycling and nicey stuff down there. It's all going to be back injuries, and I wouldn't want to go over a speed hump with a back injury. Add in the fact that the emergency service access route is along this road, so they go past here at like 60 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour in a fire engine. You think they're going to enjoy hitting the humps whilst they're trying to get changed in the back there? I mean, really? The fact that in a common fire situation, that fire engine arriving a minute and a half later might be the difference between stopping it spreading and not. Ambulances, the quicker they get there, the less chance you have of bleeding to death. As I know, it takes 2 minutes. So a 30-second difference on arrival of an ambulance might be the difference. We won't get into the fact that I don't get enough sleep anyway. I don't sleep very well due to various things. I've been an on-call carer for 20 years. When I hear a noise in my house, it's normally bad. The continual thump of something hitting a hump, especially a 40-ton truck, is just ridiculous. And it's even more ridiculous because the road isn't dangerous. If the people who are using the crossing actually used it properly instead of just standing there talking so drivers don't know whether they're going to cross or not, if drivers respected the crossing and actually stopped, and a few other things, the road wouldn't be dangerous. So yeah, once again, why do we need to change the environment around us for actions that are not the environment's fault? And they say this road is dangerous, but it hasn't actually had a really bad one at this crossing yet. And when I say a really bad one, back in the 90s, a friend of mine dodged something that was thrown at him, and dodged the wrong way and landed on the car bonnet in the road and got tossed into the air and hit by 3 more. I think, no, 2 more, which is pretty bad. Crikey, yeah. Now I started thinking about it over the years, the roads around here have taken quite a few of my friends, but in all cases, it wasn't the road's fault. Either a driver or an action by the person made it happen. Something as stupid as your bike chain breaking could kill you if you come off at the wrong moment and go under a vehicle. So is that an accident? Is that an act of God? Or should you have lubricated your chain better so it didn't wear? Should you have changed it because you knew it was starting to slip? Have you got a worn crank? Have you got a worn main gear? All these things are a factor in an accident, but it's what makes the difference between an accident and Boeing getting sued. I can't believe they lost a door plug. I still can't believe they lost a door plug out of an aircraft. Surely the door plug should be bigger than the hole when it contains pressure. Like this is the way that mud hole doors work on boilers. They're oval for a reason. You poke them through, you turn them around so they fit, and then you do up the clamp that holds them in place. That clamp doesn't hold it in place against pressure. It stops it from popping inwards in a vacuum situation, holds it there and keeps the seal. Once it's pressurized up, you can undo the outside of the clamp. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It should really stay in place. It's held by 200 psi or 150 or 90, depending on what vehicle you're talking about. Yeah, as I say, I wouldn't do it, but you possibly could. Bit like with spaceships, really. You got vacuum outside, you got pressure inside. If the door's bigger than the hole, should stay in place. The irony is that the pressure difference between the vacuum of space and the internal atmosphere of like the International Space Station isn't that high in terms of psi. High enough to kill a human, obviously, but yeah. Interestingly enough, I mean, scientifically, the International Space Station isn't even in space. It's technically in the very highest atmosphere, which is why they have to do burns and stuff to reposition it quite regularly. And sometimes, apparently, they get turbulence, and that's a bit dodgy in the fact that they start to skim the top of the atmosphere and it generates ionization and stuff, which is bad for the communications. You won't see a glow or anything. It's not like that. If it got that low, they're dead. Just wouldn't have enough engine power to reestablish your orbit. So yeah, in the news at the moment, obviously, with old Sunita Williams and Matey doing their extended trip, thanks to Boeing not being able to produce a spaceship that doesn't leak. I mean, I know that helium can be quite an awkward thing to work with. It's a very small atom and it goes through gaps, and it can literally permeate its way through certain thin metals. on the atomic scale. So you will always have a certain amount of leaks from helium, hydrogen systems that are sat idle and pressurized for a long time. So yeah, it's an interesting one, that one. Seems like Boeing can't build anything these days. 20 years ago, did some work around them, and their engineers were very good. So whatever happened real bad. But I mean, a lot of people blame the merger they had with another company. I think was it McDonnell Douglas or someone? But yeah, they combined with another company, and they basically took the management of a failing company and put it in over the heads of the people who are running Boeing. And now that company has failed, essentially. I don't mean that it's falling apart financially, but you're a high-tech engineering company and your stuff's falling out the sky, doesn't work, etc. This is the start of failure. I'm sorry, but it's a company that's going down unless they can turn it around. Turning around something like that, how do you come back from killing people? I don't think the Max is ever going to sell again. They're going to have to come up with a new plane. Not that I think that we should still be selling planes in this world of environmental regard. How on earth people think that traveling by plane and tourism and everything is environmentally okay is beyond me. Everyone should be traveling by boat, and it should take a while, and then you wouldn't have global pandemic, because people who are ill with something serious on a boat, you can isolate. You don't let them into the country. You don't let them off the boat. That's what happened to the cruise liners, right? But also the time the journey takes means that if it is something very nasty, like, Ebola or anthrax or a few other things that are pretty nasty and bred in pretty large amounts in chemical weapons and biological weapons places around the world by regimes that we really do not trust, then would it not be an idea to limit the transport system so that anyone who's ill with something that's got, less than a week's incubation time, which most of these really horrible things have, it comes out on the boat? You've got an ill person on board. Have a medical boat meet them that's got an isolation system on it with a closed, sealed clean room, and stick anyone who's ill with something really bad straight into isolation, boat to boat, anchor it at sea, start sending it supplies. If everybody on there a month later is still alive and not ill, then you can take them out of quarantine, can't you? And that's without any testing or science. You want to know how to stop a plague? Check your history. Every port at one time had a quarantine island. So a ship would come in, and if they had been somewhere where there was plague, you'd spend 40 days in the stockade on the island. So yeah, until it was proven you weren't ill. And then you come ashore. A few places used to run like that. I know that there's various ports in America that had sanitariums on it for that purpose in the 1900s. There's one in New York. It's on all the abandoned building videos. So, yeah. Just crazy how people have forgotten how to control that kind of thing. We had a plague called the Black Death in the UK a long time ago. And certain villages managed to protect themselves by trading with villages on the outside for food and that kind of thing. And the money was exchanged in buckets of vinegar, I think it was. And that stopped it. And that was the one that, it wasn't the Black Death, was it the pneumonic plague? It's the one that isn't transferred by rats, it's transferred human to human by a virus or a bug. I'd have to read up again. I'm going back to school days. Back in the days when schools actually taught you stuff instead of just confusing the issues. Bring back section 28. And that's not from any kind of attitude that I have, but Section 28 means that you can cut a load of stuff that's completely irrelevant other than in one set of lessons out of the syllabus and get back to actually teaching the facts and teaching people how to think independently so that they can invent stuff and do stuff and be practical and all those kind of things that we used to do. If you're someone who's an engineer like me and you accepted an offer to go and work in China 20 years ago, which I refused, you're a traitor. Full stop. In fact, that goes back further because, you know, we've been exporting industry to other countries because the labour's cheaper for, well, maybe the last 100 years. It's just previously we used to pay them a pittance and bring it back here and get cheap products. Now it doesn't work that way. Someone in the middle is making the money and our country is being bankrupted slowly, hemorrhaging money left, right and centre. Makes me laugh, you know. There is actually money-making industries in this country that the government are ignoring and keeping illegal deliberately. If you do the maths when the government releases statistics on drug users, for example, we'll take a legalized one in certain countries, marijuana. If you were to legalize that in the UK, I think the current consumption levels work out that 1 million people smoke it on a daily basis. So working on the theory of £20 per, I don't know, what are the prices of that stuff? Is it like £20 for something I've heard go around the pubs? So yeah, let's say they all use 20 quid's worth a day. So you've got 1 million times £20 per day. 20 million, isn't it? 20 million a day. So 20 million, 360 times 2 is 720, times that by 20 million. And you've got how much money that could make the country every year. Not to mention the fact that there'll be people growing it in the country. It has to be a homegrown industry. And the side effect of this would be an awful lot of hemp fiber, which is very useful for making clothes. And just so we're clear, hemp can absorb 3 times the amount of CO2 compared to a tree in a year. And it takes 16 weeks to grow or something. It's insane. It also pulls heavy metals and pollutants out of the ground. So as a cover crop, it's actually a really good one. Why don't we use it? Because a newspaper baron in 1929 or something was so terrified that the hemp industry was going to destroy the wood paper pulp industry, of which he'd just invested an awful lot of money. They went on a hate campaign that would make the current government's lies look like child's play. Like, you know, it was based on racism, it was based on sexism, it was based on scaring people that when people consumed marijuana, they turned into rapists, and a few other things. So, yeah, that needs addressing, big style. You know, you're taking the blooming heating money off of old people. Why don't you give people who are already doing a drug, who are already costing the NHS money, and are a load on the police and legal system, and just make it legal? It's pretty simple. You can put some limits on it, you know, only sell it to over 21s. But you're not going to stop people hurting themselves. I mean, they go on about smoking and the cost to the NHS. But how much do mountain biking accidents cost the NHS a year? How many people come off their bike and break their arm when they're in a national park? Several of my friends have done it. I've done it. I used to be a downhiller. I didn't break my arm, but I did dislocate my hip. Both of them, in fact, on 2 different occasions. Broke all the ribs down one side. Didn't attend hospital for any of them. But yeah, it turns out that I was walking around in my school days for a month on a hip that had been dislocated and gone back in. And yeah, when I finally went to the doctors and said I had a mountain biking accident and really hurt my hip, and they looked at it and did a scan and they're like, yeah, that's not quite in the right position. We're just going to do this. Crack. And yeah, it's been fine ever since. But it means that when I sit down cross-legged on the floor, yeah, I can pretty much just like fold my hips and my knees straight down onto the floor with this dirty crack and put them out the joint again perfectly happily. It doesn't hurt, which is kind of happy when you've got massive legs that are like really long. It's kind of helpful because you can just fold up into a small space and people are like, what? How did you get in that? I'm like, I've dislocated my hips. Huh? The back of old minis. Getting me into the back seat of an old mini was kind of funny. Managed to get 5 guys my size into a Mini back in my college days. Pretty hilarious when someone got antsy with the driver in a car park and pulled across the front of us, and they were getting quite aggressive with him. So we started unfolding ourselves from the car, and it took us about 2.5 minutes to get us, like all of us out the car. Like we literally had to help each other. And by the time we'd finished, the other guy had gone really quiet because it's just like, how? And he literally just said, "How did you get them in there? Did you what? And he's forgotten the beef. He's just like, what? So that was an amusing day, but it wasn't an amusing car ride. Like those things do not have suspension, and my mate's elbows were really sharp in the back. But it was a good gig to go to. That was a lot of fun, that music gig. So yeah, worthwhile. I'm quite lucky in my height. It is all legs. I'm quite short-bodied. I'm not sure I'd want a long body, as it were. These big machines are great at carving through the landscape. You'll probably see that I'm carving forward and the gauge is filling up, and it just keeps carving forward. And that's what I call deleting dirt. It's the fast way of mining, but because I'm a bit of a tightwad, I like to process everything. So yeah, this is wasting a lot of material, but we are just cutting out material here. I'm pretty sure there's an awful lot more pay dirt in this hill. So yeah. Apologies for the high speed that the camera moves. I have the sensitivity on my mouse very high because it saves a bit of strain on my chest in the fact that I can rest my wrist all the time and I don't have to support the weight of my arms. In the same way, I put my keyboard on my lap so it's closer in, and it doesn't strain all the surgical bits that are under my ribs. If anyone out there knows a decent post-surgical specialist who knows about damage to arteries, I would love 5 to 10 minutes to just ask a quick couple of questions about what happened to me and my future prognosis and whether I could go back to the gym and start training again and that kind of thing. Because currently that information has been denied me, so I can't recover by the NHS. How bad is that? Like, what? What kind of doctoring is that? I mean, what kind of doctoring does a bloody job that risks doing more harm than the condition you're in? I thought the rule was do no harm. It's a rule for an electronics and mechanical engineer. Hey, it's broken. Yeah, well, before you take that off, are you sure that what's inside is going to be okay with it? Or do you need to put in a locking bolt to stop it all springing out? Having seen someone take the hub off of a machine like this and end up with a handful of 120 separate small gears, because you're not meant to undo those bolts first. You're meant to undo the middle one and take the whole gear ratio off it in one piece on that machine, apparently, because it's a sealed unit. So once it was ripped open, it had to go off to be completely like reshimmed, have new bearings in it, new seals, new everything, because it takes like 1,200 psi of oil pressure for the drive through it. Yeah, it was a entertaining day. I used to work with injection molding machines, so if you did things wrong on an injection molding machine, at minimum, during the servicing obviously, but as a minimum, you'd end up with a machine that no longer has the correct tolerances, so your tip won't meet the mold, or molds won't close up properly, or as you put the pressure on closing the mold, you'll bend something. If you don't get the heating ceramic heaters onto the barrel properly, if there's a gap, you'll lose efficiency. The list is endless. That's why I used to phone service technicians when it was serious. They work for the company that built it. I don't. They probably know more about it than I do. And it's also, though, the machinery we were using, one of them was like 100-ton pressure. So you don't necessarily want to screw something up when it's under 100 tons of pressure, because if it lets go, the idea of a lump of metal that's 2 feet long, 3 feet thick, got ends a little bit bigger shearing, and a piece of it flying out is lethal, absolutely lethal. Likewise, all of the folding compression mechanism on the hydraulic cylinder, if any of that went ping and flew out of the side of the machine, it's game over. It's a clean room. Everyone's in really light gear. The machine itself has only thin paneling on it. It's not like it's ballistic proof. I have a suspicious feeling if something had gone wrong in there, that the shrapnel would have gone straight through the walls of the clean room and into the next one and injured people in there too, possibly inside the rest of the factory. Because the clean room's built as a box in a box. So we had another factory sort of surrounding us that did non clean room products, and the clean room was in the middle. And so if anything had gone wrong in the clean room, it's like it's a bad move. But yeah. And to give you an idea, that the risk of an explosion in an injection molder is pretty high. There are plastics that you mix together, and when they're hot, they mix and they generate massive amounts of hydrogen and explode. So yeah, that's a bad day in the park, because in there you have hydrogen and heated petroleum products. You know, once plastic starts breaking down, you get oil. Nothing to be done about that. Doesn't matter what it's made from, vegetable, plastic, oil, animal. It doesn't really make a difference. It will burn, and under pressure, and with hydrogen, if it meets oxygen, it's game over. Certain ones will actually generate their own oxygen too, which is a bit dodgy. There were things I didn't like working with. Time to start leveling this up a bit. And the reason I haven't gone back into that industry is because the white walls and the noise drove me insane. Just nothing to look at, your eyes just, oh, yeah. I couldn't stay in there anymore. Stress levels of being a manager combined with like continuous white walls and white noise, and yeah. Boiler making's so much better for you. At least there's a variety of colors. It's still white noise, and it's still cold and horrible, and there's still a lot of pressure. It's just hydraulic pressure or steam pressure. But yeah, much more enjoyable environment to work in when you can just step outside for some fresh air. We're trapped in there. Got all your clean room gear on and everything, getting out through 2 doorways and an airlock. Yeah. May as well go saturation diving and get the decent pay scale. And the fact that if there was any problems with the product you were making, you're hauled over the coals by some NHS paperwork weenie. Heaven save me from the rivet counters and the bean counters. The financial people who can only say you can't do that, and the health and safety people who only say you can't do that, but they very rarely come up with any solutions to any problems that are worth anything. Work around some blooming Victorian farming or industry gear from the old mills and stuff. It's all open belts. Those belts are whipping around at quite a speed. If you get caught by one of them, it is game over. If you survive, you're lucky, but you will not be whole again. And that's a fact. So having worked around those quite a lot in my childhood, when they're going past you at head height, and as a child, if you turn around and run across to somebody and you go through the belt line, you're not going to make it. It's going to tear your head off. So yeah, I saw it happen to someone's dog. But that was a circular wood saw, and it went under the saw bench and got caught up in one of the smaller belts, I think, or the blade. But either way, it wasn't good. That happened in public as well. That was at the Dorset Festival of Steam, long time ago. Back when they actually ran it, because I don't think they've run the Dorset Festival. They might have run Dorset, but yeah. As I say, all of our heritage things and all of the things we do and all of our activities in this country are being pulled apart because it's too expensive in insurance, mainly. I wanted to do a carnival float for my local carnival. Do you know how much it was going to cost me to put my decorated Land Rover into that parade? It was going to cost me £1,500 for a single night lasting 6 hours. I don't have that kind of money to just drive a decorated car around the village for a night. You know what I mean? It's just not doable. So you wonder why there's less activities and why there's nothing to do. That's why, along with the cost of electricity and the cost of renting a place to do it in. My model railway is sat in a stack of boxes because I don't have anywhere to put it out. I was going to rent somewhere. As an employee, you know, as an employed person with a business and everything, that was totally possible to do. I was going to use it for some other things as well. But not anymore. That's starting to open out nicely. Hopefully this is nailing me an awful lot of gold. Don't know why, but since I woke up this morning, a freaking Kings of Leon used Somebody stuck in my head. I don't even like the band. It's not a bad song, but the way he sings is just, yeah, not quite my style. I think the best thing about that song is Matey sliding on his shoes in the video. It's awesome. I may have to dash off in a sec. It will depend what's going on downstairs. I just heard movement. Being a carer who's on call, my mum's pretty mobile. She can do stuff, but when it goes bad, it goes bad. Parkinson's disease is horrible. It's becoming more common. And apparently it's caused by various herbicides like glyphosate. So your Roundup could give you Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. It depends, because they're kind of related illnesses. One's too much dopamine, the other one's not enough or something. But yeah, either way, I suspect that if a chemical causes one of them, it could cause the other, depending on your aluminium levels or something. It's big news in the farming community at the moment. Keep on seeing stuff about it on sort of the countryside sort of websites, Countryside Alliance, Farmers Union, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it might have been in the BASC magazine as well. So heads up for that one. It's time to start blowtorching your weeds. Got a path that's weedy? Don't round up it, blowtorch it. It'll also remelt the tarmac on the top if it's tarmac one and make it nice and shiny and black again. At least I think it will. I've never tried that. Just noticed that where we've used blowtorches to get nuts undone above tarmac before, it's always been nice and shiny afterwards. It can't be seized if it's a liquid, remember that. Check messages again, whilst I remember. good there. All to the good. That was good timing. Check the messages whilst the autosave runs. Smooth. Autosaves are something I feel two ways about. They've saved my game data so many times, but at the same time, sometimes they've got me into trouble because they've overwritten what I wanted or something. So yeah. Ambivalence, an emotion that I suffer an awful lot of the time. I definitely can't tab between these vehicles. Excuse me. Give that a go. Definitely getting hungry. My stomach just woke up for sure. Ooh, yeah. Took 5 hours. Stamp all that down a little bit. Make it a bit less lumpy. Oh, there's a floor panel under there. Cool. That means we're lower than the floor. Not cool. Not cool at all, but using these big machines is a lot easier on concrete, so perhaps just round the hopper, that isn't a bad thing. But that's something to be remembered when using the compactor. You can level to a floor height and then run the compactor across and end up the tiles width or more lower. No problem for the big machines to jump up it, but if you're driving around in a car or something, one of the little trucks, it might be a bit different. Might jump all over the place. Don't know what it'll do to a dump truck either, whether it'll bounce it. It's not really a problem anymore because of the fill mode in the dumpers. I don't think they're going to leak when they jump. But in the old days, and I'm talking the old days back in 2022, that's 3 years ago now. Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't that long ago that dumpers still were full of individual voxel balls that you dug in the back. And so if you rolled it, they'd be everywhere if you didn't have the load lock turned on. So, yeah. There was some fun times, scattering material all over the place in big heaps. Oh dear, I've got to dig that chunk of road out. Why? I've just scattered an entire dumper truck's worth of pure lithium all over it. Oh. We didn't have multiplayer back then, but in multiplayer that'd be quite an amusing conversation. Ding, 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 ding. It may look really ridiculous in OCD doing all this smoothing and then just spilling stuff over the top of it again, but it really can help the maneuvering. So won't go any further than that because that's going to be dug out anyway. That's a big lump. See, I'm very surprised when I was blasting out last night to find coal underneath the machine as well. It means that this map is geologically different to the others. I think the second most recent map, the big pre-made mine hole, might be this way as well, to be honest. I think they're both from the same sort of genre of map design or generation. I'm not sure how these maps are made. I've asked the developer about some kind of map making tool and I didn't get much of a reply. So Because my thought that those of us who were doing the testing could build some custom maps and have them included in the game as sort of a little reward for our work. But yeah, we'll see. You know, made by box with our names. You know, our online monikers, as it were, would have been cool. But that probably means that you could say that we had intellectual blooming commitment into it, and therefore a right to certain things and that kind of thing. It's probably all legal shenanigans. Most stuff is. No, even park this close together, I can't do that. Okay. I think I might just quickly drop a message into the development about that. I'll do it in a bit. Can't be bothered right now. I'm gaming. I'm playing. Say I'm playing. I'm repeatedly digging. That's what I'm doing. Just keep digging. Just keep digging. The whole Dory thing goes back to being on site, and when you've got an awful lot of carpet to cut in, and you're working your heads off, and you've been going at it for 8 hours, and you and the team are still going strong, and out of the corner from the ex-pilot, I'm not sure what happened to him in America, but he became a carpet fitter. Yeah, he sat in the corner singing, "Just keep cutting, just keep cutting." Oh dear, pilots are whack. Good company though, they're always entertaining. Yeah, money's coming up a bit. Must be running the pay dirt is selling an awful lot of dirt out that way, I reckon. Definitely need some bigger hopper action. So yeah, see how the material's going in and coming on. Yeah, reasonable amount of gold there. Got rubies, silicon and diamonds as well. Diamonds and rubies are a pain in the neck to refine in the hand crafting thingy. A lot of coal there. Good. It might be better now though. Okay. Let's take some flooring. Because we can now do more than 99 at a time, which means they'll actually run for longer than... well, it used to be an hour to process 99 rubies, I think, by memory. So it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes to do those. Okay. So what have we got over here? Those two, that, and that. Well, I suppose just to demonstrate, yeah, the crafting table thing. Put a block in there as a starting point. Put in some flooring off the bottom of it. There we go. Gonna need some more of that in a sec. Might move that woodwork bench over here as well. may well have to take a break in a minute anyway, just to go and ease my back out. Jeez. Weird thing is, it's not actually my back. It's the connection between the shoulder and the spine or the ribs. Because, like, I can pop it, and that is a bad day in the park. I don't like doing it. because I'm worried that one day I'm going to do it and either die or be crippled. A friend of mine had a problem with his back, and one day it went click, and he couldn't walk anymore. And he'd been to the doctors and everything, and they missed whatever it was. I think it was a cyst on his spine. And yeah, eventually popped it. So, yeah. I mean, in his case, he was carrying a lot of weight, but doesn't matter. They should have found that. Doctors think they know everything when they know nothing. Probably not really fair. There are probably good doctors out there. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to meet them. If I'd known the NHS was going like this a few years back, I would have paid into a private medical thing like Bupa. Of course I would have done. If I'd known that the state pension system was going to go the way it's going, I'd probably have put my money into a private pension too. But the fact of the matter is that I've got friends who put their money into private pensions, left the job that private pension was attached to, not realizing that when they left, if they didn't do something with it within a year, then it was gone. They can't get it back. So all that money they put in was just wasted. When you consider the way the government robbed pensions with a new tax load the other day. Yeah. So you save up all your money for your future, and then they come in and just rob a third of it with some extra tax or something. Like, really? Really? And I have a relative who moaned something chronic that he got taxed like that. And there he is telling me that I should have a pension. Well, the only reason you want me to get a pension is so that your pension gives you better return. Fact. Because that's what's happening. The pension system hasn't been making money with the money put into it. It's been relying on payments in, while ending shed loads of people who, I mean, yeah, they probably invested in it, of course. But at the same time, if you're using the money coming in to pay out to people now, you haven't got anything to invest, so you can't make a profit, and therefore the pension system could crash. And I think that's totally on the cards, by the way. You've got an aging population, so percentage-wise, less and less people are paying in. Fact. You know, these are the facts. You can't really deny them. A bit like climate change. You can't deny it, but at the same time, it doesn't mean it's man-made. There are certain aspects of physics that show that you can't really make the planet cooler when the background temperature of the actual space you're moving through is increasing. I'm not sure if that's a proven scientific fact yet, but I'm fairly sure it's been pointed out by various physicists over the years. So, goldfish bowl in the oven. It's got an air conditioning system to keep it cool that dumps into the oven. If you then, you know, raise the temperature in the oven, you're raising the temperature that the air conditioning system dumps into. You can't dump the heat. That's what the planet Earth is. Just a goldfish bowl in an oven. Effectively. And that's a very simplified way of putting it, but, you know, it gives you an idea of the situation. And it's the same problem that the lunar lander had on the Apollo missions, in the fact that sat on the surface, the temperature is in sunlight very high, and it's got windows. And so if it had been full of air whilst the guys were out on the mission, walking on the moon, there's a good chance they'd come back to something where the air inside was like 200 degrees and everything had melted. So I think they left it as a vacuum whilst they were walking around outside to stop that happening. I have my doubts about certain aspects of that. Not necessarily, you know, oh, they didn't walk on the moon, but more the fact that I don't necessarily think the astronauts who they say did it. I think they used the Black Ops team. And that way it doesn't matter if they don't come home, which might explain why NASA's not letting anyone go to the Apollo 11 landing sites. But yeah, anyway. It does make you wonder, because I can understand them not wanting anyone actually on the site, but to put in a no-fly zone over the top and not allow a ground vehicle to approach within 2 kilometers is a bit weird from a science perspective. If nothing else, the aluminium and materials that have been exposed for that long at that site will show us exactly how those materials are going to break down on, say, the International Space Station in 20 to 30 years' time, because they've exposed to the solar radiation. You can simulate these things, of course. But never gets you all the results. Okay, we can only do 999 at a time. So yeah, it would be very useful to at least go and inspect or sample those sites, the Apollo landing sites, just to see what the actual material science is and what's actually happened in the intervening period. Has the metal become brittle? Has it become radioactive? Has it done this? Has it done that? It's all very well to theorize stuff in a lab or to test it in a lab, but there's nothing like real experience. It's nothing like putting it actually in the field. Ask OceanGate. Yeah, I said it. I went there. Shouldn't laugh, but base fact, you're working with a groundbreaking technology. The idea of using new materials in pressure vessels. The design was basically flawed anyway. It needed another titanium internal ring inside the tube about halfway to support it, and then it wouldn't have been crushed and collapsed. The collapse would have been divided 2 sides either side of that reinforcement. So yeah, these are the quest tables, by the way. I'll explain what I'm doing in the game. So you've got this little... I'll make sure I get what they're called right. There's the menu gone. Workbenches. There we go. And so in here, you've got all the workbenches. These are used for making all the different products. Everything you can buy in the shop for construction can be made. And so this is a small wash plant, which acts just like the bigger wash plants. I need to do the experiment of actually putting a load of gems through another wash plant and see if these big wash plants can handle it. I'll get around to that. And the ore smelter, of course. You put in coal, you put in any other ore, go to the production menus, put your number in here and just drag it down like you saw me doing. Nice and easy. Really is nice and easy. But at the same time, when it was only 99 at a time, it was a pain in the shebs. Absolute pain in the shebs. So yeah, I don't know how long that's going to take. Wow. I think I could smelt gold faster in a real forge. Yeah. Those times need working on. That, or we need a big industrial one that we can feed. One of the two. Ooh, I wonder if that was in the update. Nope, still not there yet. Okay, worth a check. But here it is. Oh, hello, baby. The asphalt plant to go with the paver. It's in here. We can now start building roads. Awesome. And that's one thing off the list of things that I can't talk about. Excellent. So yeah, bring this round, drop it in. Just keep digging, just keep digging. Now I could go really, really lazy and build a conveyor table at this point. I've probably got the cash to do it. And it is a nice method. It does give you a very smooth level surface to work from and a few other things. But other than in long wall mining, when do you see a conveyor belt down the side of a face? With things just bulldozing stuff into it. Large gold mines might do it that way, I suppose. But it's not something I've seen commonly. You see long conveyors across country, but where the machines are actually working, generally it's dumpers and hopper, isn't it? You don't see them dumping straight into a conveyor as a general rule. At my local sand pit, which is the only real quarrying locally that's done now, there might be a chalk pit somewhere nearby, and there is a gravel pit south of me. But they literally, the sandstone here is so soft that if you position your bucket like this at the bottom of the slope and run those bars up it, and they've actually got modified bars on their buckets, and it just breaks the slope up, and they can just twist around at the top and catch everything they sort of ground off, or just go into the broken up dirt and just scoop it out. And what they end up with is sandstone and sand. So they drop it through it looks like a set of angle irons and eye girders in a grid to break it all up and separate the rock from the sand. And then they just scoop it up and dump it into trucks, and it goes up to the cement works that's on site or gets exported, obviously. Because the cement works would be the thing for processing the gravel, but the asphalt plant appears to be what it is. So a separate standing blast furnace for putting in iron ore and coal, or gold and coal, with a loader from where it's being piled up on the end of the conveyors would make this so much better. But that stuff will come. I should really probably put these suggestions to the dev, but previously I've been ignored, so I've stopped worrying about it in some ways. I don't have the marketing capacity to have a voice in the group, and that's all I'm going to say on the matter. So the more subscribers that I get, the more likely my ability to actually be listened to in game development, and that would be a cool aim. That would be pretty good. That would give my channel a real objective when it comes to improving gaming. Because gaming's pretty good. There's skilled gamers out there. There's skilled game designers. You know, Christian from Out of All being a classic example, and a nice guy. You know, really honourable. There's also people out there like Take-Two, who did Kerbal Space Program 2. They're probably the epitome example at the moment. Other games that have had the epitome example have actually either disappeared or improved. So yeah, it's an evolutionary world out there in gaming. But I would like to add my little bit to the mix. So I've added my little bit to the mix in other industries, and I never did anything really groundbreaking, but I improved designs on groundbreaking things so that they worked better or they were easier to make. Some of the things that I put in place, I know the company was involved are still using. So yeah. Pity that when you work for a company, everything that you do is proprietary to the company, so you can't make any money out of it. Oh, wow. The heating just came on. So it's always a big day in this household. Always a big day. So in half an hour, this is going to be warm in here. Oh, my word. But I won't notice it's warm until I go outside and then come back in. You have to get cold to know you're warm. Likewise, if you don't unzip your jacket when you come into a warm area, you just hold the cold air against your skin. So when you come in from the cold and into the warm, take off your outer layers, shake all the warm air into your clothing, and then if you're still cold, stick the clothing back on. And that'll balance up your body. It works for me right now. And there's probably people out there thinking, well, you haven't eaten, that's why you're cold. The fact of the matter is I used to work all day without eating as a carpet fitter, and even on days when I was sat around computer gaming, I never used to get cold like this. I never used to have to wear gloves whilst gaming, because my hands get so cold that they don't go blue. They've still got circulation. They're just so cold, it's unreal. You know, I go to help my mum out with her clothing or something because she's having a struggle, and she winces. Really is cold, apparently. So yeah. Letting surgeons roam around inside your chest cavity for 13 hours doesn't appear to do you much good. Maybe it'll improve when I can actually start doing some cardiovascular work and raise my heart rate and get my lungs going again properly and a few other things. Kill to fit a piece of carpet again. I really would. It wasn't just a job, it was a lifestyle. The pleasure it gave me and the satisfaction, the sense of accomplishment, I just, without them, I'm half a person, maybe a quarter of a person than I was. Yeah, I'm probably a bit less arrogant and a bit more life experience now, but hey, when you're successful and you're riding the wave and you worked hard, is it not okay to be proud of that? You know, why can't you say, yeah, I worked hard, I've got the money, I can go to the pub, I can do this, I can buy that, I can look after you when you haven't got the money, you know? There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Or is that pride? Is that hubris? Tough call. And to be fair, I think hubris comes in when you think you're more than you are. And I knew I was a damn good carpet fitter. Not the fastest, though. I know I was slow. But base fact, I'm bigger than most people. My nerves are longer. The time it takes for a nerve signal to get to my hand and back to my brain is longer. Full stop. My reaction times will be slower. But when I react, because of that size and leverage, you've got a lot more time to accelerate on the way down. Yeah, it sticks and stones, really. The speed that I can get a hand to move compared to someone smaller than me, the difference is minuscule, sure. But across a working day, it does add up. There's also the fact that being huge in small houses, you have to take a lot more care to not hurt yourself or to damage the place. You don't necessarily realize your own strength until you've done some of the stuff I've done by accident in people's houses. On one occasion, I was working on a staircase when I brought my right elbow backwards, and I caught the kneel post at the end of the stairs, and it's one of those that's in sort of the 90-degree turn with the winders. I knocked the post out of the end of the steps. It all came apart. I'm sat there holding up the end of the stairs, like trying not to let the steps fall out in the winders, whilst my workmate's looking at me going, "What's up?" I'm like, "Can you put the kneel post back in the staircase, please?" And he got, "Oh God." And yeah, I didn't even show a bruise. And when we examined the post, once my mate had come down, wedged a toolbox under the steps, and I could actually get out of where I was, we got the steps back into place and everything, and we were about to put the kneel post back in. And he's looked at it and gone, "Christ." I was, "What?" He's like, "This was glued in and you've wrecked it." And we've looked at the like dowling pins and the tongue and groove that locks all the steps in and everything, and every single piece has just got shreds of the steps still left on the glue. It hadn't let go. I'd ripped it apart in a single impact. I didn't think I was moving that hard. So yeah, that leverage can be very dangerous. What else have I wrecked in houses? Yeah, most of them aren't my fault. They're a team effort, to be fair. My head has broken a few light bulbs and light fixtures. I have knocked a few paintings off walls with my shoulders because the passageway's too narrow or whatever, and the carpet. I think the worst one we had was a great big lump of 5 meter, probably weighed over 120 kilos. And it got loose in a stairwell, and I was sat on top of it as riding it down the stairwell like Kong on the Bomb. That was a classic. We got to the bottom and it just went straight through the like stud walling. Just went straight through the bottom of the wooden wall out into the hallway opposite. Little old biddies just like, "What's going on?" Do love working in old people's homes. It's always a giggle. They're either really nice and quite sociable, or they're literally not with it, which is kind of funny. We were gluing the hallways down, and we'd shut off the wing that we were in, but the passageway, the older guys are used to walking along there, of course, and so one of them's come around the corner after his lunch on his way to his favourite sort of place to sit and digest, and he's gone straight across a load of contact adhesive, and he's lost his shoes and he's lost his socks. And the funny thing is, his walker is still was still rolling until he stopped, and then like where the wheels had got coated with glue, it just wouldn't move anymore. And yeah, he was sort of stuck about 4 or 5 feet into the glue, and we just looked at him and just like, "Oh," and the carers are just like, "Oh, what are we gonna do?" I was like, "Well, it's all right. It's pretty much non-toxic, and I don't think he's going to live long enough to worry about the carcinogenic factor." we'll just carpet up to him and get him out. So he just started putting down the carpet tiles and stuff, and built sort of a walkway for him to come back out on, and then covered it with scraps of old carpet so he didn't cover the new stuff in glue. Absolutely hilarious. Had a few of those. Someone's dog rolling in the glue pot was quite funny. One of the reasons I really dislike small dogs, a big dog would have just stuck its head in, but this thing just jumped in it. What was it? Not a chihuahua, fluffier than a chihuahua, less barky. Is it? I don't know. It's one of those ones that you could keep up your sleeve. An adult domestic cat is bigger and would probably take it out. Still can't get over the footage of that Canadian farmer holding that lynx by the scruff of its neck after it was in the chicken coop. That was just so pissed off. Funny thing is, everyone's like, you shouldn't handle wild lynx like that. They're really dangerous and that kind of thing. But they make a good pet. They actually do make a good pet. I mean, they're a little bit wild and they're a little bit untamable. But with you, they're okay. They're just really territorial with anyone else. So, yeah. Saw footage from, I think it was Russia. And they got a Eurasian lynx as a pet. I think it had been injured, and they kept hold of it, sort of thing, and brought it back to health and everything. And it just sits out on the balcony in the winter in the like really cold temperatures, loving it because they like the cold. And it just sits there looking at everybody, watching the world go by below it, like like a cat hunts. Never gets antsy, never really. But that's a male, and they're most males of breeds are a bit soppy. It's like male rabbits make the best pets. Female rabbits are psychotic. Sounds familiar. And when I say psychotic, I used to wear gauntlet gloves and chainmail when dealing with them. The Kevlar I used carpet fitting was also a favourite if I had to go in their cages. They were nasty. Also, they were big. They were a combination of Arctic hare, New Zealand white, and something else. And so when they swing at you, they can scratch out to about 18 inches without moving forward, and they weigh, I think, about it's a good few pounds. They're at least a stone in weight, maybe more. Can't remember how much when we weighed them in, but yeah, keeping rabbits is a nightmare in my opinion. Fickle beast. If you jump too hard on the ground near them, they might jump and hurt themselves on the cage, or they might have a heart attack and just die. But these things were pretty fierce. They would deliberately scratch at the bars if you came too close, that kind of thing. Proper territorial, the females. Very scary. It was always a laugh when I went to fit carpets at a house and they had a house rabbit. I was like working away, and all of a sudden there was something sniffing me. It was on the middle of the small of my back where my t-shirt had rucked up. I think it was after the salt, because I was working quite hard, and I've just sort of looked around and gone, excuse me, madam, are you aware there's a rabbit in your house? Oh yeah, he lives here. Okay, cool. And I'm sat there thinking, excellent, this thing's going to chew the carpet to bits. I'm going to be back here in a year. I was back there in a year fitting hard flooring. You can tell, like, all the cables are armoured around the back of the TV. That rabbit is a chewer. Cats, dogs, rabbits, kids. Carpet fitters' lunch money. Cool. Messages are all good. Probably time for a coffee break. Probably where I want to be using the bulldozer is clearing up slopes like that and piling it up, but yeah, I'll get around to it. Got plenty of coal there, so let's have a look at these coal quests. We've got base load there still. Keeping the lights on. Okay, interesting. So confirm. Okay. Okay, it counts it down for you. Shift does divide a pile, which is cool. 72. I don't want to sell that much if I'm doing that. Keeping the lights on is done. And then it just remains there. It stays the same, which is weird. Gonna have to ask Christian about that. Which one gives me more cash? That one. Yeah, space load is the best one to do. It's got the highest cash on it. Though you have to sell more to do more missions, so. Another 19,000. Okay. Let's just sell 20. There we go. And so as you can see from this, it is quite easy to rip your way through the XP table very quickly. I mean, I'm sat on 28 million XP. I didn't realize that. I shall find out whether you can reset your player to start new games and stuff. That's probably worth it. And I'm still carrying coal in my inventory. I say ask Christian, ask the team whether they know anything about this, because Christian probably won't. He's too busy. So I'll ask the rest of the dev team, or well, the testing team. Probably best. I reckon they've got a lot on with what they're developing. Because if they're working on drag lines, that's going to be a pain in the neck. Yeah, it's dark outside. Okay. Yeah, going to bed at like 7 a.m. is a bad move. really knocks you out of the day. I need two things, coffee and snack food, and then I can game for longer. That's definitely the way forward. My gaming station's not going to involve a nice chair or flashy lights. It's just going to involve a snack machine. Follow the same snack like every row. One of the things I am allowed to eat, flapjack. Do you like a bit of flapjack? Plain, no fruit. I could probably have plain muffins as well. Probably have a chocolate muffin if I really push the boat out, because there isn't a lot of chocolate in it really. And cocoa powder isn't too bad once it's cooked. If anyone knows a decent chef who is willing to not use vegetables, I'm all ears. James Martin is normally my go-to. There's some South African chefs that are pretty good too. That's the annoying thing about that consultant. I actually don't mind South Africans and South African culture. To get given the royal weenie, because, like, to give you an idea, I did have a conversation with the guy about what happened to me, and he started blaming my body for what happened. Bad workman blames his tools, right? Think about it. Why is he blaming the patient's body when I have no faults, like genetically, anything? I've had all the tests. Instead of asking or telling me the answers to the questions I wanted to know. Interesting, huh? Act of someone who's afraid, maybe. Don't know. If you're a behavioural science person, let me know. Because personally, right now, I'm currently quite down with taking a South African method to him of getting the information I want the hard way. It involves a roll of sellotape, a tyre, a load of rags, and some diesel. And those who remember the ANC will know what I'm talking about. Because this is the funny thing. Nelson Mandela got the freaking Peace Award, but his brother blew himself up in a terrorist incident or something. You know, the methods used by Mandela's mob weren't very nice. Don't forget that. It's a good lesson in, shall we say, good intents or certain things. Because currently, from what I've read and from what I've seen and from what I've heard, it's shoe on the other foot time out there. It's just swung completely the other way. So, yeah, all of those nice things that they said, lies. Once they get into power, it's always lies, isn't it? Let's be honest. It doesn't matter who you're talking about. That is another area. Now, is that coal? It looks like coal. Let's find out. Yeah, I should get an excavator with a drill on it. I know. But I'm going to be honest. Is it any fun to know what's in the present before you open the wrapper? Let's find out what's in the container. There we got some, yeah, all the standards there. All the standard there. I'm assuming that, yeah, it will come out through this one. This is where the rich bits will be coming out through, down into this hopper. Which doesn't, it's not like the bad old days. Back in the bad old days, a hopper mounted like this would just have a massive pile of muck around it of rich stuff because they would bounce. The voxel balls actually had collision detection and stuff. So it wasn't a powder like that. It would literally generate an individual ball. I will post a short from the old days, but if you want to see what the game was like back in the day, right at the start, then look in my folder that says 30-second fudge ups and grab an out of ore one, because most of those date from the time when I was driving things like a nutcase. But you can see what I mean by voxel balls and the fact that the actual game was different, very different. This has been redesigned based on the public's opinion and what really need to happen for pretty much processing and memory usage. So the original game had a massive memory leak. I'm not sure what it was, but you could load a game that was, well, you could dig for a while, and then it would crash. And you'd load your game, and everything would still be in all your processors and everything, and they start running again. So you'd sit there, like I'm going to when I go for my coffee, and the game would run, and the frame rate would just slowly drop and drop and drop over time, until eventually you were crawling along at, like, well, on occasions there was 3 or 4 frames per second, and you hadn't done anything. The game was just no longer, there was a file just getting bigger and bigger in it or something. It was not the best. but still. So we've got another load of coal over there. Okay. Just typing a quick message to a friend about this because he doesn't know about this. It's all to the good. Just check my messages again. Okay. I hope the consultant who screwed up owns a nice sports car. You know, something really hard suspension, and I hope he finds the potholed road built by Dante. Yeah, nothing better than hard suspension and a potholed road. That'd be great. That would be great. I'm just gonna get this off my neck for a second so I can move a bit. You should still be able to hear me, but I'll leave it there for a sec. Pulling it off my head is effort, but it is roll-up time. Okay, yeah, I've been playing for 2 hours. It's definitely time for a break. No wonder my eyes are melting. And yeah, you're probably wondering when I roll up. Yeah, it's the whole leaning forward thing is because the backy I've got is so powdery that I've got a tray like you'd eat off, you know, in front of the TV with sides on it so that I don't spill tobacco all over the floor and make a mess. Because the moment I pick it up, I shake like hell and I'm likely to throw it everywhere. So, yeah. Same thing happens with a spoonful of coffee. Delicate bits. Yeah, a few. It's got to the point where I'm literally gluing things together to make them bigger so that my fingers can handle it. I don't know how I'm going to handle really delicate tasks again. I can make this chainmail stuff because if you have one of these spasms, it doesn't matter. But I've been working in copper wire, and if I try and solder up the joints, I don't get how I'm going to be able to use a soldering iron with hot metal on the end when I got a shake like this suddenly with no warning. I'm either going to throw hot metal work all over the work, or I'm going to throw hot solder all over myself. I suppose I could use a bath, have a molten solder bath in front of me and just tin the ends and dip it in. That would work. But the joining rings, that's not going to work. I'm still going to have to solder them up. So, yeah. I will find a way of making decorative copper chainmail that can be used on things. Don't know. Currently, this piece may well end up as a shade around my lamp. I don't know. But with ridiculous amounts of minutes on those refineries, leaving the game running and going to bed might not be a bad idea. 999 is taking an hour and a half. So I suppose that is improved resource time in a way, because 99 used to take 45 minutes. So they've divided it by 10. That's kind of handy. Is that right? Don't do maths on only 2 cups of coffee for breakfast when you're only 4 hours awake. Yeah, that would be right. I'll have to go down and check the machines at some point. Put in a specific number, like 100, and then get a specific amount. That way I know that per 100 it's so many minutes, and yeah. Spent a lot of my lifetime measuring things to prove things to people who should have known and should have listened the first time round. I hate people who, like, you spotted a problem, you know it's happening that way, you know the solution, and they're like, well, prove it. It's like, why don't you? Why don't you learn enough about the subject to prove it to yourself? Because you're the one who doubts it. I'm pretty sure I can go in there and repair it right now. No. You gotta show me how. Yeah. Right, ho, employer. That's around the moment I went self-employed. It may not have been the actual date, but I made the decision at that point. Bit like if you have been self-employed and you go to an interview and they say something along the lines of, well, if self-employment was so good, why do you want to come back and work for me? It's obvious you failed at that. You're going to fail with me. It's like, no. Okay. I don't need you in my life, and walk out. Because, like, I've had some trouble with employers in my time. I suffered a serious chest problem called pericarditis. Well, the doctors called it pericarditis. I happen to know that it was pretty much the effect of salicylate poisoning. It may well have been a collapsed lung. I don't know. But either way, I couldn't pick anything up. I was sweating my head off. And you've got inflammation around your heart. So I was told not to lift heavy weights. So I'm not fitting any carpet. Don't raise your blood pressure. Don't get stressed for a month. And within, it was a month to 12 weeks, depending on how long the recovery time was. And so within 3 weeks, my boss was on the doorstep calling me a liar to my face when I've been to the doctors. I've got the note, all of that kind of thing. Giving him a freaking leaflet with the blooming details about what I got. What more can you do? Anyhow, he called me a liar to my face on my own doorstep. He verbally assaulted someone with a heart problem. It's a good job I'm not the revenge type, because going down there and sorting him out now that my life's been destroyed and I've got nothing left. Ooh, does that appeal? But either way, I went back too early. I went back within 3 to 4 weeks. I wasn't recovered. I pushed myself and I ended up ill again. So yeah, if you're an employer, remember that. You're just going to screw your staff up more if you push them too hard. You know, I've never been an employer as a self-employed man, but I have been a manager. I've never pushed a staff member that hard. I might have said I didn't believe them when they said they were ill because they were only missing for a day. I saw them in the pub that night. But that was a funny conversation, actually, because I did explain that I'd seen them out and they were like, oh. I was like, yeah, but it's cool. I do understand that you felt really bad in the morning. You may have been throwing up. I have no evidence for that. I don't want you making the rest of my staff ill. But at the same time, I'd appreciate it if you were ill to stay in, look after yourself so you're back in on a 100% form tomorrow and not hungover. He's sort of, okay. Highly, highly amusing. It's the only time I actually had anything like that happen in my employment history. Had the entire staff walk out of the department on one occasion when I joined the company, but I was an 18-year-old manager. And so when you're dealing with people who remember the Falklands War and did national service, they had a bit of an attitude problem. So I worked the place for 2 days on my own and got all the work done anyway. And when they realised that if the managing director finds out we're not there and the work's still getting done, he's just going to dismiss us. He doesn't need us. Okay, yeah, we'll come back, kind of thing, which was kind of amusing. I did laugh my socks off. A good introduction to the workplace management situation. But yeah, quite highly amusing. What's going on there then? Interesting. Wonder if that's reset. Well, I'm going to end that bit because that doesn't appear to be doing anything. Okay. Stick that up. Right, there we go. So yeah, time for me to go and get coffee and find out what's going on, and then I shall return. So yeah, back soon, everybody. Oh, it's warmer in here. Hello, everybody. I am back. Right. How have I got these cables well and truly tangled? There we go. Yeah, I know I could go wireless and everything, but there's a bit of a problem with that. Just behind me, it's less than 30 feet away, there is a mains transformer for the village. And so wireless in this room is not the best. The rest of the house, not so bad, but yeah, due to the magnetic fields, it's a bit crazy. One of the reasons I sit on the floor is it puts a radiator between me and it. So I actually know from measuring it that the flux is lower when you're sat on the floor in this room than when you stand up. There's also a microwave transmitter used for controlling it, and that's aimed pretty much. It's mounted on an antenna at about the height of the windows, so being below the wall is probably a good thing from a microwave perspective. And yeah, mobile phones don't cause cancer, but I had a relative who worked in microwave communications, high gain, to give you an idea, NATO site, and he died of skin cancer. So enough said. It's not evidence, but you know, if you know that your body might be sensitive to it, then best to avoid it. Mobile phone isn't so bad. They don't have much power, but you know, high gain stuff is a bit different. Yeah. So yeah, had to do a bit of domestic housework on my way back in. Mate of mine's playing another development game and he's just found a few bugs. Funnily enough, every quest he needs to save just in case the game goes and it crashes. He's got 5 quests that he can't complete. Gonna tell him that's kind of ironic. Telling him to send a report to the devs. Obviously, most games are having quest problems. Let's check for messages. Yeah. Okay. Right then. What we got in here? Some coal. I've got more rubies and diamonds there. Okay, so what am I going to need to test this out? Hopper. Gonna need a hopper. Gonna need a storage unit. Not gonna need that sorters anymore. I'm gonna want the wash plant. Don't drag it, click it. There we go. Right, where shall I do this test? Yeah. Yeah, it'll probably fit there. So we'll do the test there. See what happens. Sometimes I just... you can have as high an IQ as you like. You're just as likely to walk into the door opposite. Trust me. Think this one through. Wash plants go downhill. Put this at the top of a slope. Right then. Yeah, and I should really put in staircases or ladders or something, I know, but yeah. Why worry about it? So we want that one and that one. And then what you can do here is, it's a new feature, because I haven't seen this. You can drop these things in, and you can click consume, and it'll start it into the conveyor, which is nice, because it means you don't have to manually drop every item anymore, which is kind of cool. So what's happening in here? Ruby ore and diamond ore are just coming through. Okay. I'll let those flow through. That obviously does not do what I want it to do. An industrial stone polisher. Oh, for the love of God, an industrial stone polisher. I mean, make it a function of the cone crusher or something. I don't know. I need to get into an online game with some of the other developers and suggest some of this stuff, because if I say it, I'll get ignored. But if certain other person who has a divide by 0.5 problem, yeah, I'm talking about Split in Two, of course I am, but I reckon if Split in Two were to say these ideas, they'd probably get a little bit more of a response. Yeah. Mainly because Split in Two's got a massive fan base, and so anything he says is sort of coming from that, even if it's his own personal opinion, I reckon. But he's all right. I do like the guy. Not the way he makes videos, not quite my style, but conversationally, yeah, really like the bloke. Nice guy. I haven't actually ever met the other half of Split in Two, so until that happens, I can't really comment. But I'm assuming probably also fairly nice. Generally, when you've got a two-person team, they resemble each other because they work well together, or they don't, and that's why they work well together. I don't know. Spent most of my life working alone, even when working in teams, so not through any deliberate thing. It's just like when you're doing the leadership bit, or when you're organising, or when you're managing, it's quite often a lonely role. Yeah. Quick look see over here now, see if this is finished running that through. Nope. That's going to take a while. I may have to suddenly fly away if I hear yells, because things are going on downstairs and working alone. So yeah, I don't know where my father is, but obviously not in the kitchen with my mum. It's a lot easier to concentrate on gaming and stuff when I know that there's attendance, I guess. Too often have I got into the shower and come out and it's been devastation after 10 minutes. It's like, what the hell? I don't know what it's like to have children, but I suspect it's a similar thing. Like, how on earth did you manage that? Since we're getting into the tree line again, I should really go and do some more tree cutting. bit of a waste otherwise, chopping them out with a machine and not getting the earnings from them. I might need some wood for a mission or something, so it's worth collecting up. I'm wondering whether the last crash I suffered was something to do with the terraforming lock on an autosave moment. It was nearly half an hour from the last autosave to the crash moment, so yeah, we shall see. It might just have been a random memory loss. I am streaming and I do have Discord open, and yeah, so doing something I don't normally do, which is parallel programs. I normally just run one thing at a time because it's more sensible from I know that computers are now designed to do multitasking, but the thinner you spread yourself in life, the worse you are at one individual item. A bit like a Swiss Army knife. It's handy, it's useful, but if you really want to cut something, you're best off getting something better. I can get roast chicken for dinner this evening. With roast potatoes and Yorkshire pudding, and that's my lot. Like all the veg that you'd have with the roast, you can forget it. It makes it really boring, to be honest. But still, there we go. I was never that keen on sprouts anyway. And they're one of the evils. Pretty much, when it comes to the green stuff, most like broccoli and cauliflower, there's a few different ones. I think there's a list of about 6, maybe 8 different veg. And when you look at the genetics, they all go back to a single breed of wild mustard that they've been crossed with to get the fruit that we know, the vegetables that we know today. And that is a problem because me and mustard don't go. I've never liked it. I hate it. Anything with mustard in has been spat out. To be fair, if I ever get hold of that numbnuts chef, what's his name? Jamie Oliver. Yeah, Jamie Oliver. If I ever get hold of Jamie Oliver, I'm going to take one of these nasty bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches, because I used to like a BLT, and then he started putting mustard mayo or pepper mayo or some other crud in a sandwich. It's like, yeah, stop ruining food, Jamie. Instructions for cooking sausages. Prick with a fork. Yes, Jamie, you are. Bit like how Keir Starmer's father was a toolmaker, and boy, did he succeed. There's a lot of chefs out there I don't like, by the way. There's a few I do. They tend to be strapping lads that don't cut fat out their food and live in the countryside, funnily enough. Because it's all very well for people who live in a city to say, oh, you don't need that many calories a day and rah-de-rah-de-rah. Yeah, go work outside at -5 all day and then tell me you don't need the bloody calories. Oh, yeah. Only eat what you want. Don't just eat for fun. Make sure you exercise. You won't have a problem. And I have a very simple gauge for my weight. I mean, I'm underweight. I don't really have to worry about it. But when I did, I used to work on the theory that if I can't see my toes, I should probably be thinking about not eating as much. And I'm talking about the tips of my toes, not the whole feet. So you're allowed a little bit of variance on that one. It's a good guide. It's a good guide. Better than BMI anyway. Because my BMI says I'm blooming anorexic, but the doctors say I'm healthy when they look at me. So personally, I look in a mirror and I see someone who is a bit too skinny, but there we go. And when I say a bit too skinny, I can count every rib. My stomach goes inwards under my rib cage. Is that the sign of being underweight? I don't know. in this day and age. I really don't. Do know that it's really annoying when it gets cold. You haven't got enough insulation. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm huge and I've got a massive surface area to lose the heat through. Who knows? We don't need this gear anymore. That didn't work out, which is a pity. Whoa! Don't hit the box with the stuff in before you empty it. Otherwise, I think it will be erased. So we've got rubies going through. We've got diamond ore in here, but I'll drop that in. So it's these only for washing out. Get some more flooring in then. Definitely going to have to quit smoking. Still, I am winning. Definitely reduced my use by half. That's got to be a victory. After 20 years, that's got to be a victory. Okay, you don't need coal in there to refine gold. That's kind of cool. So I'll take that back out. No, yeah, I will, because I don't need it in there. That's doing that. Coal can go back in that one for the moment. Rubies reorganizes a bit. Put the diamonds and the rubies in the same category. Put the gold in the way there. And put the silicon right at the far end, because you don't find as much of that as you might think. It's worth stockpiling silicon instead of selling it if you're going to do the missions and stuff, or even for manufacturing. I think you need it for certain parts there, so it's worth keeping hold of. Right, let's find a better way of arranging this stuff. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Have another one of them. And I'll have another couple of them. Okay. Yeah, that'll do nicely for the moment. Okay. And we want another. Yeah, let's close the lock one. Like that. So now, yeah, I'll take the rest of the gold ore. Yeah, take the ruby and the diamond ore as well. Put the gold ore there. Yeah, I'll put diamonds in this one, just for fun. That's 4 hours that's going to take to do each one of these. So these are going to be running for a while. but it has used it all up, which is kind of cool. Hour and a half per. Yeah, so processing times have improved over what they were. That's kind of cool. Because it was getting to the point where I had these things lined up for miles and was just putting 99 in each time and going back along it, because the first one had like got an empty slot again by the time I got through it all. That was in a much older game. Okay. Righty-ho. So I got some rubies there. Put them back in this storage unit for the moment, I guess. Put them under silicon for the moment. Okay, so the test doesn't work. We know that now. Go over here and have another look. This is how I prospect, by the way. I just keep digging when I find something. Should go over the area with the drill, really, but yeah. So 1.5 million already. Okay, didn't realise that. Now, is that brown dirt from a fallen tree? That's something else. Fallen tree. Since coal's where the profit's at the moment. Right, expansion of hoppers. It's time. I still do have ruby on my inventory. Done. Come here. There we go. So yeah, it's pretty much just stick the roof panels on the sides. It's pretty easy. Gonna need another couple of those though. Once you've laid one after turning it, if you look at the right edge, it will just allow you to put in another. Yeah, I needed more than that. Daft. I'm not sure I like the looks of that lip though. Gonna have to do an experiment with that as well at some point. I don't even know if material actually flows down these and in. So, yeah, needs testing. I'm going to presume it does. It always used to, and it was one of the things that was commented on when it wasn't. So it looks like it does. A bit just flowed down there. I could dig them in. That would do the job. Make them like the others. Okay. Figure out those problems when we come to it. Get a scoop full of this, get the wash plant going again. Could just leave that other side open because I think the conveyors still take material in, but just doesn't look very nice dropping stuff on the top of closed conveyors. Take it from the other direction just for variety's sake. Yeah, if I'm going into that corner, I've got to get in there with the compactor. For sure. Yeah, I don't like it. Don't like this edge. Suppose I could rig up a separate machine for bundles of coal and put the coal into a cell thing and stick the rest of the material straight through to a straight back into this machine. Could put the coal out into a dumper truck and just dump it in big loads into a sale point. there's a few ways of handling material in this game. So it just depends on your personal preference, really. What I'm doing right now is not that efficient time versus mining wise. However, it does give you a nice mined look that isn't too industrial. So when I say it isn't too industrial, I know it's industrial mining. And what I mean by that is it doesn't look like it's been formed with, perfectly. Like you took some kind of terrain modifying tool to it. Instead, it looks a bit more real, Now, admittedly, machine operators are in the real are a lot better than I am, because they leave surfaces nearly perfectly smooth sometimes. So I'm always impressed when I see the loaders down at the sandpit. They'll just go across the yard with the bucket down and just leave a perfectly level space behind them. I don't know if they're GPS controlled or what when they're doing that, for the height of the bucket and everything, but just gently skim the top loose surface off and get down to the firm stuff, and leave a surface that's totally drivable on. It's kind of cool to watch. I say it's kind of cool to watch. The place that you can see the pit from is kind of on a ridge and it's a bit drafty, so it is cold to watch as well in this weather. Tends to be a summer thing. There's a nice river nearby. Sit by that, and yeah, it's a good day. Check my messages. Just going to quickly check one of my videos, because the dev has just asked me a question and I can't answer it off the top of my head. Let's just go back and have a quick look at this may crash. I don't know if it's going to allow me to do this. That's kind of weird, seeing an older video. Okay, still streaming. Not sure if I can answer that question off the top of my head. You know you're in trouble when the dev's not sure which version number on the update. So yeah, interesting. I think that's to do with today's public update as well. It's not one of our testing updates. So yeah, that one's interesting. I think Steam may not have uploaded it correctly. And that has happened before because I've been looking for the update and I can't see it, but I don't know whether it had automatically updated the game. So interesting one. We shall see. We shall see what comes out in the wash. There's 4 or 5 other testers who are much more paperworky than me, and they've probably written it down. Yeah, time for a refuel again. Maybe I will buy the fuel truck just so it's easier. He says, knowing that the small-wheeled fuel truck is never going to make it around this place. So yeah, I had another quick check of the poll, and it's still a 50-50 dead heat, so I will do Space Engineers soon. I'd quite like to see if I can arrange with a mate so we can get someone else in there and get some multiplayer combat action going and stuff. Not head-to-head, still PvE, as it were. But that would be kind of cool. I haven't played multiplayer Space Engineers in ages. Because like I've had people in my game, but we've been doing our own thing. So it'd be kind of cool to combine and do an attack or something. A little bit of raiding, rob out some of the AI's cash. Yeah, let's get the compactor in over there. What I should be doing is plugging in my beard trimmer to charge up. The house is warm. Might be time for a little bit of self-care. A little bit of self-respect, but I'm going to keep playing for a bit longer. I don't get a lot of time to play in big chunks due to various things, including my physical state. So whilst I've got the endurance for it, let's play, hey? My back really goes, it's a lay down job, and then I'll fall asleep because I'm lacking sleep, and then it'll be tomorrow, and I'll feel like I've wasted the day, even though it's not. What's that joke from that movie in the early noughties? I think it was called Go, and it was advertised with the words, "A weekend wasted is never a wasted weekend." Brilliant. Love that show. Won't bother with that bit there. I'll lower that with the bucket. Go in there and dig a bit more of that out, I think. It's just the access route in. So I could get around this by just like building another floor up at that height and carrying on into the hill. That does work. To be fair, it isn't such a stupid idea. Really racking up the cash on the dirt going in. That's good. It's all right. If you see my eyes go suddenly sideways that way, it's because I've heard a noise in the house. Having very sensitive ears means that you can hear quite a lot that's going on. But unfortunately, when someone gets sort of wedged upside down with their head in the corner between a chair and the floor, even when they scream, you can't really hear them. Duct tape turning no, no, no into since 1943. But there we go. Sorry, I've got a lot of bad military jokes. It's like zip ties, the universal handcuff. Obviously, with a photo of a dangly pair with pink fluff around them. Yeah, you're getting the gist. Of course, carrying a paperclip that you can get hold of will get you out of a set of zip ties, no worries. Takes practice, but it can be done. Currently, with the state of my hands and the way I jump when trying to do fiddly stuff, I'd probably stab myself in the wrist. Know that I've caught myself with my Stanley knife a couple of times. That's a standard carpet fitter's nightmare. So yeah, it's the nightmare, not for the damage that the cut does, because most of the time we just say ouch, stick a mouth over it or stick it in your t-shirt, stop the blood from coming out, and grab a lighter, seal up the hole and carry on. The lighter thing is just me, by the way. The guys I work with used to look at me doing it and would go, "What are you doing?" And then they see the blood stop and they were like, "Actually, that works." Okay, they tried it and it really hurts, by the way. But yeah, it does work. But getting blood on the carpet is like a total no-no, especially when it's white, because it just doesn't come out. I can get blood out the carpet, but you're not going to like the method I use. Interesting thing for you. Your own saliva is genetically designed to break down your own blood. It's got an enzyme in it. So if you mix a little bit of your saliva with a little bit of water and you use that to get the wet blood out the carpet, it actually disappears. As horrible as that sounds. But your washing powder's full of enzymes. What's the difference? As long as you haven't got a cold or something. Besides, carpet's filthy. You wouldn't believe it, but it's actually really dirty when it's made. And by that, what I mean is it quite often contains, if it's natural wool, traces of the natural environment of the sheep. And they also quite often contain other things like, shall we say, parasitic fungals, like ringworm, and a couple of others. So you do have to keep a little bit of an eye on it if you're working with the natural stuff. Not much you can do about, obviously, the fungals and parasites, but if you spot them on you, early treatment is kind of better than late. Not to mention all the other stuff we get exposed to in people's houses, go and rip up old carpets. And of course, if they're the type of people who scrape their verrucas off onto it, you're in trouble. Another thing a lot of people don't think about is needles. They end up in the carpet and they hide. And this isn't about addicts. This is about people with diabetes, that kind of thing. Anyone who uses needles for treatment, quite common thing to find in the carpet of a care home. And if you get spiked, of course, you see all those things about cuts and injuries on the wall of the doctor or in the hospital. And, you know, if you get spiked, report it and get the blood test straight away and all that kind of thing. Same applies to a carpet fitter who gets spiked unless you want to find out you've got something nasty in 10 years' time. I'm lucky it's never happened to me, but I am quite careful when I do it. I used to wear gloves, so just for uplifting. Actual fitting, gloves are just no good. You need the dexterity. So yeah. Sorry for going on about my old job, but I miss it. Miss it a lot. You probably don't meet many people who actually loved their work. But yeah, no, I did. Gets you out and about, different place every day, different job every day. It's a different shape. It's completely entertaining every day. It never gets boring. Anytime it gets boring was when there's no work, or if you're stuck on the same job for like a week working, like putting down industrial sized areas, that can get a bit dull. In fact, they can get very dull, especially if you're the only person there in a school that's designed for 1,500 people in the holidays. It's like, yay, I've got the run of the place. There's me and 2 caretakers. Okay, cool. Where are you guys going to be? In our canteen. Right-ho. So yeah, school caretaker looks like quite a cushy number. Pity I can't stand being around children, really. And I don't have the strength for it anymore, so... Otherwise, I'd take it on. I bumped into an old friend the other day at the supermarket, just randomly. Ironically, he was there helping his mum do the shopping because he's caring as well. And he was saying he was working in the school, and I gave him a funny look. It's like, it's not that bad. I'm a caretaker. I was like, oh, okay, so you don't actually have to work with them. And he's like, no, but you'd be surprised how often they come up to you. I'm like, yeah, that's the problem. It's kind of weird because I've tried working with kids. I've tried being an army cadet instructor, airsoft. What else have I done? Chook ball, which is a fun, very, very strange sort of, I think it's a Swiss origin sport. It's a handball sport. You throw a ball at each other hard. You're allowed so many passes in the team before you've either got to take a shot or the ball goes to the other team. When you take a shot, it's played on sort of a standard size basketball court or sports hall. The pitch size can vary, but what doesn't vary is the D around the end of the pitch, and in the center of the D at the back is like a trampet, you know, like a kid's trampoline on a 45-degree angle, and you can't shoot at the goal, which is the trampet, and from inside the D. Inside the D is where the defending team is, and so they line the edge of the D facing sort of the trampet, and normally they'll kneel down, because when you take your shot at the trampet, it bounces off, and the ball has to come outside the D to make the score. And the people who are sat on the edge of the D to defend are aiming to stop the ball from leaving the D, obviously, and to get possession of it, pass it up the line and send it back. It's a very high-speed game, and it runs around a position called pivot in the middle of the team. So the ball will go to pivot, then it'll go to a striker, and then they'll take a shot. It's bang, bang, bang. It's really quick. That was fun working there until it turned out the guy who was running it was freaking messing with the kids. I wasn't happy about that. Right, they've sorted out the version number. That's all right. And likewise, that kind of thing, that happened when I was quite young. And ever since I've worked with kids, there's been one of those weirdos running around. I swear next time I get hold of one, I'm going to just take its nuts off, and that's the job done. They've reverted the default branch, but I'm still running it, and I haven't got updates done. Okay, fair enough. You have to excuse me messing around with my ear. Ever since I was in hospital, I've suffered with sores and funny cysts. And since they filled me up with fluid to get rid of the air that inside from the surgery, and that fluid contained an antifungal, and I think my body is actually still trying to get rid of it because I can't break it down. Which is kind of interesting. I'm wondering whether this game is going to crash because I'm running a version that isn't valid or not. We'll find out. Because this happened last night, the update happened, and then I had a memory overload and a crash. So let's see what goes on. As long as it recognises the save, we'll be okay. In fact, yeah. Good plan, JP. Good plan. Do a save. Really must make another save to make a backup save. So I can overwrite it. Save management. It's always fun in most games, but Space Engineers and this save management is important, just the amount of time it takes to play, you know. And I could speed this up a lot probably with a dumper truck or an excavator, for sure. Oh, tough question. Okay. Let's have a quick look at the stream data. Okay, I've got a couple of people watching. You can type in the comments. Do I go excavator now or do I save it for my next stream? I'm assuming the two folks watching are the ones who voted on the poll, but I might be wrong because I was looking through my analytics, which is a thing that creators on YouTube have access to, that tells you various details about people who have public profiles, at least. And it would appear that 98% of the people who watch my channel are not subscribed. So yeah, that fascinates me. That does. I can only assume it's something to do with the people who are watching videos from a long time ago, like my GPS guide. I should probably take them down because they're no longer valid. At the same time, I haven't got anything to replace them with, so I need to film some quick guides, and I'll put them up as shorts as well as some slightly bigger ones, perhaps. Most things can be covered in a 3-minute clip. So let me know what you think about that, because I'm in two minds about these shorts things. YouTube has it as a requirement for eligibility for various memberships or advertising, or just so you can sort of level up your call it kudos as a creator with YouTube. You know, the more of that kudos you have with them, the better off you are. I might never get any money, but it would be kind of nice to have one of those funny YouTube plaques behind me, you know. I could get a laser engraver and just make one and fake it, but well, you got to look at the subscribers, haven't you? Being a metal worker, it wouldn't be so hard. I could probably make one that looks better. I know I could have made a better medal than the Olympic Committee. My dad worked for one of the most premier medal making companies in the country. Did all the Royals medals, not just our Royals, but Saudi, Dubai, Borneo, you name it. Like, I don't even know. I think Borneo is now known as Borneo is still Borneo, I think. But Myanmar is now something else. I think that was Brunei. That might be in the Middle East. I met a lot of these people, but I was like young. But being around that factory and stuff, I spent a lot of time soldering up bits of valuable metal together, like gold and that kind of thing, just in practice. So I'm fairly sure I could make a better medal. Very sure I could hang it on a ribbon better, like VC's crosses, all the military medals. They did a lot of them. So I've held some very rare lumps of metal, things from the Boer War and that kind of thing. It's fun. numismatists are a very interesting clan. Let's just put it like that and leave it like that. I'll use the word interesting over boring. But yeah, it is what it is. Coins, medals. It's a study of currency. It could also be applied to clockmaking in a way. That's numbers, as in the word, but realistically, that's not how it's used. So. Interesting. The seam looks like it actually overlays the pay dirt in that corner. See how it goes in there. Check some messages again. What's going on with that? Why is that even open? It shouldn't be. What's going on there? Why can't I see my dashboard? Sorry, just diving into Task Manager for a second. What on earth is going off? Okay. Saying it's got 11 tabs open, but I think it's lying. That's kind of weird. Get rid of that. Something strange is going on there. I have some very high usage of memory by Internet Explorer right now, so we could be about to suffer a memory failure. We'll find out. Ah, that might allow me to do it. So I'm just trying to see my dashboard to see what's going on. So if I... Nope, I can't. Okay, not on that window anyway. Let's try another. Nope, still can't see the dashboard. Annoying. Never mind. May have to end the stream to sort out my machine and do a restart to sort that out if it's deleting memory, because otherwise it's just going to do what it did last night and die in the middle of the stream, I think. We'll see how it goes. If the screen starts to get really jerky, then could be a problem. All right. And they have reverted the version, so perhaps I should go back. And it'll be time to eat soon. Looks like I'll be spending tomorrow morning in the kitchen doing some baking as well. So early on tomorrow, there definitely won't be any stream. I'm not sure about scheduling streams because of the state of my life. I'm not sure I'd be able to necessarily be there when the stream starts. However, I may write up a schedule for which days I'm going to stream what and sort of game one day and another on different games. Or it might be completion of projects. So the project currently in Out of Ore is to build a mine where me and a couple of friends can dig together. You guys can watch us do it, of course. Which is what this is intended to be. It's why I've gone in at this ridge line like this. Can go down the hill, can go up the hill. We can build roads across the valley. We can build giant bridges across to each other. I don't know. But this could end up being the central processing plant and will lift everything out the valley. It's kind of the wrong way around to do stuff, but I've seen more than one mine where the processing plant is halfway up the mountain and they're digging in a hole next to it because over the years the holes got deeper. There's an iron ore mine. I think it's out in Asia somewhere, possibly in the Philippines. They mine two different types of iron ore. And if you want to find it, just search Gyratory Crusher, Gyro. And it's a big thing. It's made by Kabuta. But it's huge. Like it's just taking 100-ton dumpers and they're tipping it in. It's processing it in a few seconds. I think it will do like thousands of tons an hour. And it's just awesome. You're seeing boulders bigger than people just go crunch, 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 and explode. I can watch it all day. Don't see a cone crusher like that around here. Everything that's used down in the place that I go to is your standard sort of face crusher, a bit like the jaw crushers here. I've seen some variants on spinning disc crushers as well. They're like cone crushers, but they've got two spinning discs in them that are mounted on angles, and the bottoms are sort of together. And so when material goes into it, it just sort of ricochets around in this V-shaped hole with two spinning discs on either side and just gets crunched between them. I think they're spinning the same direction, but they're mounted mirror image. So when a rock goes into the center of them, it just starts spinning and shredding itself. And it's pretty dangerous, but it's quite fun to watch. They don't have to come out of it if they get caught and bounce. It's got safety screens and everything, but it's still quite a thunk as it comes up and hits it. Don't even know if crushers like that are used anymore. I saw that one at a steam rally somewhere. It was being run by a great big agricultural traction engine. I spent most of my time polishing brass on a Showman's engine, so agricultural engines, whilst they're simple and basic and they don't look that good, they're not very shiny. Well, they are because people paint them now, but traditionally they were very rough and ready. They're a farm tractor, but I prefer them because they've just got less brass work. You don't have to spend as much time polishing stuff. It's brilliant. After years as a child with a Showman's engine, polish. Yeah, I'm done with polishing. Definitely done with polishing. That's why I don't wash my car. Spent years and years polishing that bloody engine. I never ever got on the throttle. Did get to steer it a few times. That was kind of cool. But yeah, then they moved away. So no longer my neighbours. It's kind of awkward at 18 to get over there, and you grow apart, don't you? Shame, really. Still see that one go past my house occasionally when it's down here, because it lives up north now, but it comes down for various things. It's nice to see her. I do prefer the local ones. So someone's got a little dinky Garrett Showman's engine that's quite cool. It's actually featured on a YouTube video. So if you want to see sort of the area where I live, find a YouTube video with a little Garrett by Laurie's Mechanical Marvels, I believe. And the hillside that they're filming on and everything is where I grew up. That's where I spent my time. I recognize it. I know exactly where it is. It's good. It's a nice video as well if you like your Steam stuff. Very well kept engine. It's kind of cool. You get a lot of things in the Steam world. I got to go drinking with Fred Dibner. That was quite funny. That bloke is rude and obnoxious when he was drunk. Bless his soul, of course, passed on now. But yeah, quite funny. Very funny, in fact. Yeah, so there's some characters in the circuit, that's for sure. I don't know if the circuit's still the same as it used to be, but it used to be a very hard drinking crew. When I was 16 and down at Dorset, it was like litres of cider a day and stuff. I felt horrible the entire time I was there. If I'd known that I couldn't eat apple, then I wouldn't have been drinking cider. But on the bright side, underage drinking whilst using heavy machinery put me off drinking forever. I nearly lost my thumb in the saw bench. Stupid thing as well, I had my hand on the wood, just separated a beam off. Matey started running the wood back through the saw and my hand was still on top of it. That's not good. And luckily I bounced off the back of the saw blade when it was on idle, so it was moving a lot slower and it was rubbing against the wood and slowing down, and luckily the joint of my thumb right at the top bounced off a tooth. I actually had a tooth-shaped hole in the skin, and my mate just looked at me and was like, "Oh God, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were holding it." I was like, "It's cool. My weight wasn't on it. I wasn't holding it. I just had my hand there whilst I was moving the bit of wood." He was like, "Oh, geez." But then we were all a little bit more distracted when the portable boiler further up the hill, attached to a much larger saw bench, decided to break its governor straps, and it started running away. And it's chocked. It doesn't have gearbox. The axles are all just free spinning. There's no handbrake, you know. There's a set of wooden brake blocks. I think they weren't really done up very tight, but it was rocking about 1.5 feet to 2 feet in the blocks that it was resting on and going up each side of them when we got to it and threw ourselves at the throttle and shut the darn thing down. That was a scary moment, because if it had broken loose, it would have been straight down the hill at us. The idea of a free rolling lump of metal that weighs 2 or 3 ton, maybe 5 ton, full of water, and obviously pressurized to around 120 psi, might have been a little lower. That's not something you want bouncing uncontrolled off-road down a hill through other objects. It's a bomb waiting to happen. And it has happened as well, but not here. Well, it has here, but not recently. But I think in the 90s in America, someone took a steam engine to a fair somewhere, and in the state that they were living, there was no sort of boiler inspections or anything. And the boiler let go in the middle of the freaking fair, and it hurt a lot of people. So yeah, got to be careful with steam, got to be careful with pressure. But I've met plumbers who are like, "I hate steam, can't stand it, it's dangerous." I'm like, really? You don't say, but so's electricity and so's gas, and you work with that every day. So steam's probably the safest of the lot. I suppose from a plumbing perspective, if you're working on heating systems and you see steam, that's probably a bad move. But yeah, wouldn't be the first time I've seen steam coming out of it in a house. On one occasion, I got covered in burning oil from a leaking oil radiator that was red hot. Many a leaking heating pipe on a radiator that you fit the carpet around, and the vibration of stretching the carpet away from it causes a bit of pressure, and the next thing the joint's gone. It's spraying hot water out everywhere, all over your brand new carpet as well. Not good. Not good at all. I do wonder what this version repeal is about. I do wonder why they pulled the version back. I can't sit like that. My shoulder hurts. I had been wondering about getting a second opinion about a lot of the stuff that I've had happen to me medically, because I'm not sure the NHS are actually being honest with me. Then I thought, oh God, what if I go for a life scan and it comes up with none detected? Find out you're the undead. People have been funny to send, one of the vampires from Buffy the Vampire Slayer down there one evening when the sun isn't shining and just see how they come up. I do like my cartoon brain. Sometimes it comes out with the funniest things when it sees something. Everyone moans that kids sit there and watching cartoons all day, and it's not very constructive, but it's the only thing that's going to prepare them for real life and watching, politics. Just been wondering if my mate who's on a waiting list for a diagnosis thing would get faster treatment if she told them she was Romanian, not English. Or Albanian or something. It's always been the joke, if you want quick healthcare, chuck away your go abroad, chuck away your documents, get on a boat back, and claim you're a migrant. And you'll get stuck in a hotel and see a doctor straight away. Oh, the irony. Let's see where we're at here now. Where are we at? I get kind of scared when I've been streaming for around 4 hours because that's normally the time it crashes. 55. Okay. Yeah, get ready for a crash. Either it's a memory leak in the PC that's going to cause a crash, I think, not anything else. Either I need more RAM or I need more graphics card. Fair amount of that in there. Lots of coal in there. Okay. Let's sell some coal. Where's the next quest? Oh yeah, he said it was a quest fault. I'm guessing this is the quest fault. The same quest just goes round in a circle again and again and again. Well, before we revert, might as well do that. Got to play every card in the deck, right? The quests have been giving trouble all through testing. That's why I'm giggling slightly to myself, because they're not quite working properly. Oh yeah, that's what I can do. I can store this stuff in there and get it out of my inventory. There we go. Starting to yawn and get tired already. Got to get more than 4 hours sleep a day. So that's that stuff dialed. 2.5 million. Okay, 2.5 million is a reasonable figure. Since I'm parked exactly where I'm going to want to dig with an excavator, I'll just move that over there. It's not quite exactly where I'm going to dig it, actually. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to dig it in from down here. And I'm going to put the conveyor down at this height so that I don't have to dig it in again. Question is, which excavator am I going to buy? And how much are the rock trucks again? Oh, 6, 4, and 3. So we'll forget the big rock trucks for the moment. And since one bucketful will fill the small one, I think we can avoid that. 1.5 bucketfuls for the 60. So yeah, we'll avoid those for the moment. Let's have a look at some excavators. Don't know what the zero swings are about. I shall have to buy one and play with it. Those are the same, except that's got the spider model. So you can extend the wheels outwards to increase the balance. I hear a lot of movement downstairs. I reckon dinner's going to be soon. And if anyone who thinks I just sit here and get served food, it doesn't quite work that way. The chores that I did on the way in were getting everything in the oven and mixing up the stuff that was being done and everything. So I did it all at 100 miles an hour as fast as I could, and then just got out to come back up here, which is pretty terrible. But when they're cooking veg, I just can't be in there. Just can't be in there. It's like instant headache. Whatever she's doing at the moment's got to me, and it's giving me a slight nose feeling. It's like a sinus headache up here. That's the start. That's the tissue in my sinuses getting inflamed. It's pretty horrendous. Front scoop is not going to do it. Ah, you schmuck. I need to sell some more materials. Oh. That coal can go. I've got plenty of coal here. There's going to be more. And down here, well, I don't see any other reason for refining these at the moment other than sales, so we'll sell those too. And here, coal. That's the wrong one. It's gold ore and stuff. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about. 1, 2. Of course, if I go and eat and leave this running, at least I'll come back to a big pile of gold. On the subject of big piles of gold, we'll have another one of those. And it's already starting. You see why I don't like these stupid hand crafty bits, okay? And it's quite simply because they do not fit the volume levels that the game is capable of doing. They're great for making a few little bits if you want to build stuff, yeah, sure. But as an industrial process, I want to build something that looks like the Bataan steel mill, if you know what I'm talking about. This doesn't look like where the heck's the big triangular blast furnace with a conveyor going in each side, with coal going in one side, and iron ore or gold or whatever going in the other side, and ingots out on a conveyor into one of these storage boxes? I mean, it's not that hard a thing to think about, is it? Like that's where I'd logically go with this game. If you have a different opinion, please tell me in the comments. If I wanted something small and handcrafty, then get a copy of Minecraft. Or to be fair, handcrafting is all over 7 days to die as well, with little crafting tables and everything. These are not unique. These are just... A lot of this game is kind of unique in the fact that there are other mining games out there like it, but realistically, I've been looking for a multiplayer mining game like this for a long time, and it upsets me to see stuff from other games that I class as a bit trashy entering the game. I never liked the idea. Industrial processing, yes. The small handicrafts, these hand tools, they are not my thing, which is why you will hear me slate them sometimes, to be honest. Get rid of that lump of coal. Get rid of that lump of coal. See what I mean? For the time in for the rubies and the diamonds, look at it. I earn that much in dirt whilst I mined that stuff. It's just a freaking joke. Sorry, I'll stop getting angry. I used to run on rage, by the way. Obviously, when I get angry now, there's this funny roaring in my ears and the blood starts pumping. I wonder whether I'm going to die. So, yeah, emotion bad. It's not just anger, it's pleasure as well. Even good things in life, just, when something nice happens, or, a friend helps you out that you weren't expecting, which happened to me a couple of weeks ago and threw me into a massive heap of depression. It just, it's kind of weird. Because I was really grateful and I was touched, and it was all those warm feelings that are nice, and then my chest was aching, just like that. So yeah, do I even have the capacity to love anymore? It's a tough call, isn't it? And that's not the physical side of things that I'm talking about. It's purely the mental thing. Can I fall in love anymore? Can I take the emotional strain of that? Tough call. Tough call. All right, so this is the biggest excavator in the game. I will be getting a smaller one at some point, by the way. But oh yeah, I'm gonna have to be all keyboard for this. I've forgotten that. That needs remapping. Oh dear God. Where are they? Where are they? Where is it? Ah, they've been put in a separate menu now. Okay, that's better. Swivel left's fine. I just don't want horn on the H as well. I've got two controls assigned to the same thing. Where's the horn? Oh, you have got to be joking me. No way. What, the axle F? What's going on? Must be a general control then. It is a general control. Okay. I'll have Alt H as the horn because I don't see anywhere where I've used Alt as a key combo with the excavator. Okay. Ah, that's better. Okay, it doesn't honk the horn every time we turn the turret left. All good. Sorry, revealing my history there. It doesn't honk the horn anymore when we rotate the machine to the left. Don't know if they're actually called a turret. What is the upper works of an excavator called that isn't mounted to the track and everything? I know it's a swivel, but tough call. So yeah, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove that hopper once these stop turning so I know they're clear. Replace the hopper that should be down the bottom here. And then I'm going to take away those conveyor belts and start digging a trench. And I'm going to try and keep it neat as well. So it should be all right. But first, I've got to wait for these to stop turning. Rolling, rolling, rolling through the sorter. I'm sorry, but if they can use that in a really bad advert, I can rip it. What do they get? A remix. But yeah. I suppose I could extend those that way and drop those down a bit so they don't look so crazy. Whilst I'm at it, once the machinery stops. Man, this loader from that direction really loads this second one in. It always does. I might make it 6-block wide hopper for working. I don't know. Yeah, you really do not know. Okay. I'm going to end the stream here and come back and start with the excavator at the next stream. So it's at the beginning of the video and easy to edit once I find some editing software I like. So thank you all for joining me, everybody. Oh, I see. You're limited on what you can say. Let's see. Well, now I know. So yeah, it's end the stream.